replies, and this is why you don't piss people off who know intimate details about your life. Idubbbz and Anissa are rocking in the fetal position right now. Over on the H3 subreddit, OMarkAb02 posts Ethan's smile at the end. Man realized he struck so much gold he is unable to speak, attaching this clip.
Then what happened afterwards was horrible, because then we went back to the hotel and then they were eating at Denny's and they said we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's, and they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid. And so I had to relearn how to talk to him. And at the time, I didn't even mind, because I'm like, as a coach, I need to learn how to talk to different fighters anyways. Like, communication is the most important thing. One of the most important things as a coach. So I was trying to turn it into a positive, but...
Gross Butt replies, it had to be at a Denny's also. And MotoBD says, can't make this shit up. Ian also posted this same clip with the caption, Idubbbz former coach Mike Weeks insane reason why he was fired. And next topic replies, bro, holy shit, this is a new level of pathetic. Toby Turner says, so his dad wasn't nice, and he reminded him of his dad. That's normal. People usually don't give reasons other than it didn't work out, sorry. Mistor replies, yeah, bro should not be online for a career. Ron Mexico says, oh god, this Ian cuckery gets worse. He tweets out this clip with the caption, Mike, a former Idubbbz coach, leaks that Anissa was adamant about having certain people at their events. Also talks lack of promotion, attaching this clip.
Because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people. And she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group.
Sorry. Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
The only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more clout from being on your show than we ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did. Yeah, and then everybody else, it drove me crazy. Like, AB would shout out his coach, Wale, Lucky Boy, and then
AB was great. AB was all about it, man.
Flaccid Turkey Sausage replies, it was never about charity. It was always a ploy for Anissa to establish industry connections in the streamer world. And El Cochino says, cheated on her then boyfriend for Idubbbz because she saw him as her way to the top. Always saw Idubbbz as nothing but a stepping stone to get to where she wanted to be among her peers. He also tweets this clip out with the caption, Coach Mike reveals that Anissa talked shit about Ethan and Hila during Crater Clash 1. Apparently, she had a habit of talking smack on many people. Leaked story about Ian stinking up the room. Also questions Anissa's commitment to her religion.
Yeah, and
like I didn't feel like
guys, I gotta sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like he fucking his breath didn't stink all the time.
I heard that Anissa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
She had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were happy to go on your show. It was it was vague, but because she would talk, she would kind of talk poorly about a lot of different people, so it was easy to just lose track of it. But yeah, she definitely had mentioned like something about you and Hila, and like, or maybe it was just you.
He was screwed.
But somebody had done something that had offended her at one point.
DDG yesterday, he filed a order to battle the temporary restraining order that Halle Bailey said and to stop her from taking their kid away to Italy, where she's going to be for well over 2 months. And it just got denied because Halle Bailey's team of lawyers, they responded to they must have had this ready or something, or they got word through the grapevine. They responded to this immediately, the same day. So now she will be able to take Halo out of the country. So first we're going to go through Halle Bailey's stuff, what she sent through, and then we're going to go through what DDG sent between him and her. So here she says, I'm requesting the court deny Daryl's request. Instead, I request the court grant me permission to take our son out of the country to perform my employment duties. I request orders to stop Daryl personally and that he instructs his family and friends to stop posting about our son, this litigation, and me on all platforms discussed below, which is wild because you can understand, like, you're not allowed to speak about the case, but you're not allowed to speak about the son, who's a public figure, and people aren't allowed to speak on her, who is a very, very big public figure and an adult. And his friends? What do you mean by his friends? His friends are all streamers. So she wants complete control over the situation. Then she says, I want to point out that Daryl has requested an order blocking me from traveling with our son for my scheduled work next month, and he waited until June 4th to ask for custody orders, although he and his attorneys have ignored all my attorney's efforts for him to have monitored visits with our son since the issuance of the temporary restraining order on May 13th. So between May 13th and now, she's saying that, yeah, DDG could have visited his son, and he just ignored those. Well, DDG's not going to succumb. I feel like if DDG succumbed to it, then that means it's giving her more power, but it's also letting people know, like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. It's almost an admission of guilt to a degree. And then she goes, Daryl has exaggerated, lied, and misconstrued for the court not the history of our relationship, but our parenting and my mental health. There is no doubt that I was emotionally devastated in 2022 and 2023 by his behavior and ongoing abuse. What is the ongoing abuse by DDG? This is the thing. This word has been diluted so much that we don't even know what it means anymore. She's going to say psychological abuse because the only instance of physical that she has ever mentioned is what she said it was last year or something with the chipped tooth and the bruised arm, which DDG also showed his own injuries that were sustained apparently in that same time frame or that same day. And she says, without waiving the psychotherapist patient privilege and physician patient privilege, I've reached out to my doctor and received treatment to address these issues. So she's a nut. I have been and remained 100% available and capable as a parent to our son, Halo. Had Daryl really been concerned about my parenting, he would have taken action prior to this time. He has never sought custody orders or any orders protecting Halo until today, the day that my DVRO was set. And that's a domestic violence restraining order. Most of Daryl's alleged incidents took place in 2022 and 2023. It's now June 4, 2025. But Daryl makes no specific allegations about any incidents since his own claims about an incident that took place back in January 2025. Yet Daryl did not seek any orders for protection or custody until now, nearly 5 months later. In his declaration, Daryl has also failed to explain why he waited until now to ask for orders, DV, or custody. If he genuinely had any concerns about me as a person or as a parent, this is cold retribution to embarrass, humiliate, and cause me additional emotional distress. This just goes to show you, you lose no matter what. So DDG's fault is that he wasn't ruthless enough. Because what she's saying is, well, if DDG had any issues with what I was doing, he should have just called the police and asked for domestic violence and a restraining order back then, a couple of years ago, while I was tweaking out and threatening him and doing X, Y, and Z. But he didn't do that. He waited until I did something in order to come back at me about this. So you shouldn't trust him because of that. Yet what we really know is the truth is that DDG was probably trying to hold it together. He's like, man, I got to keep this family together. I don't want to screw her over. She's got a career. I want to uplift her. I want to make sure that she still looks good in the public eye. So he's not going to do anything like that. And there are a lot of guys that will do stuff like this, where they'll hold back, and maybe he doesn't want to look like a punk. He doesn't want to seem like the person that destroyed her reputation. Whatever the case may be, there are the only intentions you can have by not exposing that stuff in 2022 and 2023 when DDG could have are positive. But here it's being weaponized against him, where she says, well, now that I proved or that I got this restraining order, now he wants to come back. Yeah, now he's going to come back, but it's DDG's fault. Like what I say, man, if you're not ruthless, you will be destroyed for not having been ruthless enough. So now, because DDG wanted to keep his family together and he wanted to protect the reputation of his girlfriend, baby mama at that time, now he's neither with his girlfriend, baby mama. That same girlfriend, baby mama is ruining his life and he doesn't get to see his kid. So the empathy or the softness in his heart that he decided to have for family is the exact reason why he can't see any of his family now, and he has to suffer in both legal fees and public image to a certain degree. Cold game, isn't it? So this should teach you, be ruthless. And then she continues. Daryl has repeatedly threatened to file something to cause me additional harm. His papers are nothing more than ongoing abuse. So these papers that he filed in court in order to be able to contest what she put out to see his kid is what she considers abuse. Do y'all see how crazy this is? That word is diluted. I'm telling you. I will address the truth about his allegations further if the court sets his request for hearing. I'm contractually obligated to be in Italy to film a movie. I have been and remain Halo's caretaker. Halo cannot be left in Daryl's care and or his mother's care. I do not pose a threat to our son or to myself. These allegations will be disproved at the time of the hearing. And then she talks about, she's like, Daryl is a professional YouTube and Twitch blogger and rapper. Whenever he wishes to cause upset and get clicks, he starts bad-mouthing me to his several million fans. Since the order we're made is this online behavior has only escalated, and I've continued to receive death threats. A few examples of these angry, aggressive posts are attached as Exhibit 2. His fans constantly post pictures of our son, which they post themselves. They made that son popular. They haven't hid him. Like, this isn't a situation of Jay-Z and Beyonce's kids. And are surveilling our son and me. Our son is not a public figure. Well, he kind of is now. And his safety and well-being are of great concern. Just recently, Daryl's fan posted a video of Halo in a public park with my babysitter. While I was in New Jersey working, claiming I'm a bad parent for working. This means that someone was watching our whereabouts and following Halo and my nanny in a park. Or, what's more likely is that Halo is very popular. The kid's a meme. The baby's a meme. I don't know if she wants to hear this. This might, like, it be screeching, nails on a chalkboard for her ears. Your kid is a meme. I saw the meme 50 times before I even knew who Halo was. I was like, oh, DDG's kid? Yeah, your kid's a meme. Kind of like Charlie bit my finger. Somebody saw it. This is really showing how long ago we go from the meme, or that's DD, and she is incredibly famous. DDG is really famous. So what's the likelihood that they know what Halo looks like out in public? So they're just gonna take a photo or a video. But here she's like, no, they're actually surveilling and posting and all of this. Like, come on, man. And then she goes on to say, Daryl has used the last 3 weeks since the orders were made to only increase his online campaign against me. He live streams 24/7. You know, he's getting after it. He hasn't gotten this lit for no reason. He's not giving it up right now. He's got to work his behind off. In addition, I've received threats from his friends and family. This has caused me tremendous emotional distress and fear. During this time, I have tried through my attorney to arrange monitored visits with our son. She said this earlier, and he's ignored my attempts. Yeah, he's not going to talk to her at all. He shouldn't be talking to her at all. That's probably what his counsel is telling him as well. And then this just talks about how she needs to be on, say, Italy from June 7th to August 4th. And that is, what, a day or two? And this is my source of income on which Halo and I rely to pay all bills. Daryl has not contributed any regular support since Halo was born. What does regular support mean? Define that. It's not any support. It's not that he hasn't paid for anything. It's regular support. I will be held liable for damages to this film if I'm not there, which I believe would be a breach of my contract. I cannot leave Halo with Daryl, as Daryl will be out of town a majority of those months. Let's see what happens these months and see if DDG's gone. Halo is also a protected person by the court's temporary restraining order. And then, what did I tell you guys? She uses the instance against him. On Saturday, May 31st, 2025, Daryl and his brother, Dub, were recorded on TikTok being involved in a fist fight with another man. I will bring this video to court. Don't worry, Hallie. We already got the video. Daryl and the people around him are aggressive and angry, which leads me to believe this is not a safe environment for Halo. What did I tell you guys? You guys like talk about like, nah, man, you know, this is DDG didn't do anything. They're not going to weaponize this to make him look like a violent individual. Okay. Moreover, Daryl plans to be in Houston, Hawaii, Atlanta, and Paris streaming 24/7 during the month of June, according to his own online posts. When he has had custody in the past, he has left Halo with his mother. And then she starts to post some exhibits. And these exhibits just, I almost fell out of my chair reading these. I was like, this is it? Really? That's the best you got? I would say that Drake was able to pull some better exhibits. One of the exhibits is from what seems like an Indian troll account that says, LMAO, no it's not. We plan to drive Hallie absolutely crazy to the point she either causes harm to herself or gives the baby back to DDG. Now, this isn't the craziest.
What is happening right now? It's a big joke.
Hello. Is this Child Protective Services? Yes, thank you. I'd like to report a case of endemic dog infestation, and it also contains two Zionists. And as we all know, Zion is the baby killer, so I think this is a very dangerous situation for the children, given the dog and the Zionists keep those kids safe.
This might be funny if it wasn't actually happening. This guy is also a serial doxer. He's doxing people on Twitter right now as we speak. It's so wild to me that we have this group of people that have devolved into this mentality where lying is completely okay. Hassan's biggest fan account is spreading the lie that Asman killed his mom. Just makes it up. Even Frogan, the least relevant Hassan groupie, is completely lying about her past statements, saying veterans deserved PTSD.
I'm a live streamer as well. I know being live for hours and hours on end You can misspeak, and that is exactly what happened whenever I said the thing about the U.S. military.
Bro, you didn't misspeak. You were serious.
I will never have any pity for any soldiers. The U.S. military? Who and who? I hope you get PTSD. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into America.
She lives in Michigan, by the way. And then you double down the next day laughing at what you said.
And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base? Base?
These people are such cry bullies, and you aren't 100% with them. You're against them. A Twitter account posts that Hassan was banned for a day. Well, Hassan frames them as an agent of Israel. Hassan replies, every blue-check power farmer is an Israeli dick rider on this website. This guy didn't say anything. All he did was report your ban. And you have a blue check mark. Frogan sees Asman speak mildly about political content on Twitch. In Frogan's eyes, he's discriminating against her.
If I wanted to optimize ad revenue, you know what I would do? I ban politics. The odds are that me and Hassan and Tectone and Frogan and Denims and Central Committee cause 90% of the PR problems on the entire website.
Honestly, facts. Rogan tweets, you consider me political because I wear a hijab. I am not like you and don't make political content anywhere, but typing a tweet once in a while, what reality is she living in? No one mentioned your hijab. Now we have the newest rising star in Hassan's orbit, iDubbbz, who's consistently used Creator Clash as a way to shield criticism because it's a charity event.
It's disappointing and it makes me sick to see him, like, you know, using the event as a way to, like, attack me back or whatever.
The new management of Creator Clash 3 revealed that Ian and Anissa were taking 34% of the profit from this event. Was Ian really concerned about his charity possibly failing, or did he only care about his bottom line?
Don't worry, Ela. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it.
He thought he was cooking with this. Since then, Freddie Wong seemingly dropped out of the event. After seeing Ian drag Creator Clash through this drama, both the fighters from the main event dropped out of Creator Clash 3, blaming Ian for it. The event went from an arena that hosted 20,000 people to one that has a capacity of 4,000. A reputable harm has been done to this charity event. Everyone rightfully blames Ian and Anissa, but the funniest part is it's barely a charity event at all. Ian responded on Reddit, we restructured so the funds for our charity partner would be raised on Tiltify, separate and apart from the actual event. The Tiltify is essentially when you go to Walmart checkout and ask you to round up $1 for charity. That's the extent of the charity aspect. People joke that this event would be a disaster like TanaCon.
You saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon?
But TanaCon's problem was that too many people showed up. For this one, there might be too many folding chairs. Yes, this is the actual venue. To hear him cry about, oh, this charity event's getting ruined when no pay-per-view sales, ticket sales, or profits from concessions is going to charity is a whole nother level of dishonesty.
What was the charity for? Like cancer research, or I don't even remember.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like
Stand Up to Cancer.
Cancer is bad, comes below, I don't like this guy. And I'm gonna talk about not liking this guy before I talk about cancer is bad. Because I don't really care about either, but I'm more likely to make videos out of that guy. And whoever gets in the way of that, even if it's kids with cancer,
Noah, do you not know cancer is bad? Are you unaware? Oh, sorry, guys. Can't criticize Ian. There's this crazy disease nobody's heard of called cancer. This has been a disastrous event. It's worthy of criticism.
Damn, my fault.
I think the common defense from the other side would be something along the lines
Oh,
of
man. Yeah, man. This is the quintessential 14 experience, man. You know, got some bullshit ass video up and, you know, grinding away. This is nigga. This is fucking. This is MSQ1. This is MSQ1, bro. We are in the fucking trenches. I'm in the trenches right now.
This other thing by triangulating this other thing, you are proving that
shaking my head, man. It's crazy, man.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh man. That was completely.
I'm just
fighters are dropping out of the event. You think it's all malicious? They just want
you know, man. I'm just a nigga with a rocket launcher, man. You know. They tell me to go kill something, man. I go kill it.
It's a charity event. Stop telling
I go kill it.
It's not what it is.
That
was the whole issue with the lack of communication behind number 1 and 2. That it's a charity event.
Anyway,
It's a boxing event that you are perpendicularly.
What are we?
Separate charity.
What's on the menu? What's on the menu for today? What's crack-a-lacking with the menu? What do we? What kind of gore slop are we delving into? Me personally, I picked me up some pizza, man. I had to lock in for tonight. I needed me that PH and not the hub. I don't know a nigga broke. Man, come on, man. Bills ain't that bad, man. The Bills fucking you in the ass that bad, man. It might be time to start. Have you considered? Never mind. Have you considered armed security? You know that might be your field. Might need to lock in with a Kaisenet, you know, do some shifts doing that. I mean, you got a car, right? We can get the DoorDash going. You know, we can get the DoorDash going. Ain't that what broke niggas do when they got a car but no money, right? That's what that one gambling nigga did, right? So you know, I would just assume that's the method. Is that patched or what? Has DoorDash been patched? Did they patch it out the no? I don't know. I can't drive, so you know, I don't. You know, that ain't even an option for me. So I'm stuck streaming for shekels.
It's slim, convenient, and water resistant. So whether it's for yourself or a father.
Hey man, if nothing else, man. Hey man, crack open the pantry, man, and you know what I'm saying, man. Might fuck around, eat some damn toast. I don't know, big dog. Some toast with some damn baked beans. I don't know. You might need to break out the lima beans on the ass. The lima beans. This guy needs some lima beans. Yeah, man, check that pantry, man. You gotta check that pantry. I'm just saying, man. We you know, it's 8 o'clock already. Yeah, man. We gotta get something popping. Sure popping. Been stalking. What?
Another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that charity just directly go to charity.
The thing is that I got options. Been stalking.
Profit share to charity
What
after
the
the
fuck?
event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I are just going to give
that
our
even
portion
mean?
of the profit share
Oh
to
my
charity.
god.
There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion.
Bro, I'm so burnt out on this iDub shit, but like, oh my god, it's like you fucking blink and fucking 3 more exposés comes out, bro. Like fucking 40 fucking employees. Like you would think. What the fuck?
I'm glad to know that it's already more successful.
You would think that.
Even year 2.
Wait.
Mission accomplished, as far as I'm concerned.
That money wasn't raised by you. It was raised by Hassan reacting to Ethan's content nuke. If
that
money still goes to charity. You've done nothing.
Go figure.
Like this nigga, I don't know. Like he was running some Epstein shit. The way niggas coming out, you know, or like he was running like a MAPPA situation, you know, not locking niggas up in cages, you know, saying, look, man, I need a graphic for Credit Crash 2. If you don't have that shit on my desk by 9 p.m., you can go ahead and say goodbye to your family. We're gonna go ahead and drive you up. We're gonna go ahead and drive you up the street, you know, and then we're gonna have my boy Tom here. Tom's gonna go to your front door, and then he's gonna blow your wife's brains out, okay? And when he does that, man, we're gonna have you watch, you know. And if you try to turn away, then we're gonna beat your ass and make you watch, you know. So that's what's gonna happen if you don't have my fucking design, you know, on my desk.
One time we ended sparring.
Like, I don't know. I don't think Ian has enough of a spine to be on some shit like that. So yeah, faster, Kupo, faster.
You know me better than like
What?
I think it's a weird.
Oh my fucking,
Typically,
bro.
whatever
Fucking mouth flew.
he's feeling
Damn.
blank.
Bitch ass nigga.
I don't say it for myself. I think a lot of times.
All right.
My
Egg wall.
You're not kind to yourself. You've never been kind to yourself, and you'll never share. Like if you're in a
What is this face, man? Look at this. All right, bro. I'm done. I can't. Look. Yeah. Just look at that nigga face. That's all I gotta say to that. I don't. That nigga looks distressed. That's all I'm gonna say. Nigga look distressed. Ugh. Touched ones go away.
I've heard.
Leave me alone.
She was hitting on one of his sparring partners and was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with him. Because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then, even if she was like beating up, she'd be very into it. And then
I want all the M&E. Give it to me.
So Anissa never gave a shout out to Michael saying Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian
Man,
like,
shut the
getting hit
fuck
wrong
up.
in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush.
Anissa allegedly flew out over 300 creators to the event with no requirement to promote it.
he's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now.
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that
Hurry
time.
up,
I think
Papa
all
Dima.
the fighters would have liked to have known that. I don't think they
What the
kind of
fuck,
let them
bitch? Can you
do
niggas
that,
move?
you know?
The papers and sales were behind and they were still spending money.
But they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just
So
like
those decisions, the gala decisions, were made while in the red.
yes,
I have a
no
question
shot.
about that.
First of all, they rented the hotel for over
This one
300
is safe.
creators,
I was so scared.
and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much
Oh
more
my-
scaled back.
Ian can't edit a video anymore, so he flies out Twitter editors.
And then the second year, they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in. One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Ian and Anissa haven't responded to these latest allegations, but they did defend their tattoo. Priority.
Cool. It doesn't really matter what I do because I'll always stay stuck as a fool. I'll never be cool.
It really is remarkable how everything Ian says is projection. Donut Operator revealed in his podcast that Ian stopped talking to him because he made an OnlyFans joke.
He went to a range day with me one time. Like, we used to talk a lot about content creation and stuff. And COVID rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make an OnlyFans where I'm showing my meat.
Really?
And well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak. And like, see,
that's the reaction that you're supposed to have. Genius.
I thought it was funny. So I'd be wearing like just an apron. Of course, I'm wearing like boxers underneath. And I'd reach down and be like, "This is my OnlyFans," and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street. And I would talk about it. And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anissa, and like I wasn't. I just
God
thought,
damn it,
I just
Bobby.
thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during COVID. And
You'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
yeah, it was he like said stuff like that. Haven't talked
Yeah,
to him
man, the
since,
game
like,
might have started,
5
man,
years
but we
ago.
got a lot
Yeah, and I
lot of
like,
bullshit
texted
in
him,
between
trying to
these
connect with him.
trials, man. There's a lot of bullshit in between these earlier trials.
But you were too busy to deal with the criticism, so you made
I mean, I don't know.
No, I don't want to be friends with a coward. How is that
Depending on who
even
you
a relevant
ask, the
response?
experiences
The
handle it
donut operator
better
uploaded a
per
video like you did,
se,
talking about how
but I
intelligent
mean, I
he is
don't
for
know.
letting his wife do
It depends.
OnlyFans.
But I'm cool with it. You do realize there are guys out there in private right now jacking off to your girlfriend. But I
What?
guess it's out of sight, out of mind, it's not a problem.
Yeah, Ian wants to see it.
Let me have my hope, all right? I want to believe he's too intelligent for this. Intelligence has
Wanna
nothing
be
to
my
do with it, but I
enemy,
will say this.
trying to do the
If
best
you
of
want to
me.
retain hope that I'm intelligent, this is the most intelligent thing I've probably ever done, is revealing this side of me.
The bar's real low, huh?
Oh,
Bro's only real world
God
experience
damn it,
was working
bitch.
at Lakers.
Move.
This man just said it was the most
Oh my
intelligent
God.
thing he's ever done. Donut operator, you're missing out. You could be Ian. The content cop has been nothing but a failure. It's done harm to everyone associated with Ian. So the new
standing
narrative
right
is to
there.
hide behind the dead bodies of
Ow.
Palestine. Act as if the content cop was about Israel-Palestine the whole time.
I even hate calling it drama
because at the end of the day, it was you kind of taking a stand of
Why are you crying?
being pro-Palestine. I don't think that's trauma necessarily, but the way that they
Why are you crying,
have
child?
handled talking about this.
Mount
People,
speed. Bitch, do I even have a
and
mount?
some people
Like,
on
what?
Twitter that cover this make it about themselves so often when
Wait,
that's not what
that's made me curious.
any of this is about. You know, like
I'm
Am
sorry.
I able to
I'm
summon
such
out
a
now?
fucking nasty
Oh my
person
god, I
who
can't,
just
bro.
wants to
My
roll
down
around
shit.
shit.
God,
there's people in Palestine dying
this
every
thing's
fucking
fucked.
day. I think
Well,
over the weekend,
then
just
why?
on Saturday alone, like over 100 people were
Egg roll.
bombed,
You know what I'm saying? Then egg
and
roll. Like, bro,
killed.
what? Like, why the fuck do you give me the option if you can't do the option to do it? Motherfucker, like.
Awful taste but great execution subreddit.
What was the impulse to finally take a stand?
Yeah, well, I think Ethan made it really fucking easy for me. I think honestly the only thing that made me second guess any of it was how it affects other people.
Ethan was mad because people were calling CPS on his children.
Oh god, egg roll.
Ethan was lashing out for no reason. But now that Ian's criticized, suddenly he's a big advocate for Palestine. The only time he talked about it is when he said Anissa's half Irish and half Lebanese, so that makes her an expert.
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar,
What
the
does that
Irish have been
mean?
on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of
So
oppression
have niggers? I don't understand the fucking point.
Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel.
When called out for this by the
What?
internet, Ian acts like he's above it all.
The fuck is this nigga talking about?
Loser to a huge
What?
swath of people online. And it's like, I don't really care to be a winner in their eyes.
Don't care.
I don't. All right, bro. I'm not. I don't know what point the nigga was
So
making
I
with
relate in
that.
that way, but then I
Like, I
also
don't.
relate in the way that it's hard. It's hard to be funny, and I can tell that bro really admires a lot of these comedians that he's had on his show. I think he wants to, be something special. I think he wants to be an entertainer, but it's gonna take a lot of
Shit, I
fucking,
should change the
pain
fucking
and
title.
courage to actually discover who the f you are, because I don't think he knows who he is, to be honest.
It wasn't overnight, me gaining my confidence back. And I'm still probably not all the way there, but
This guy projects more than a movie.
Dun,
theater.
dun,
Yeah,
dun,
you should've followed your
dun.
podcast format, where you hide all your new episodes on Patreon. They figured out a way to argue that them making boring content somehow makes them a better person. I've subscribed to their Patreon, and their podcast was so mundane I couldn't bother to slog through it. This was the highlight.
I would say there's some options that you don't think about.
Oh my god.
Especially when you're younger. I didn't think about how I could put an egg in my ramen.
Yeah.
You didn't do
Never
what now?
considered that. And it always felt like it was a little bit lacking something. I wanted to put something like cheese in there. But Fluffy put me on to putting an egg in there. I mean, he chefed it up quite a bit. He would go through the effort of cutting up some green onions and stuff.
What is this nigga talking about?
Wow. He was really chefing it up.
Yeah, I think he wanted to do more, and I think that's, to be honest, what a lot of I think that's such a positive avenue for people who are struggling with their weight.
How are they morally grandstanding on getting less views? They act like Ian's video saved the sex industry.
When the OnlyFans shit happened and everybody was shitting their pants about me having an OnlyFans, there were some content creators that suggested to Ian, the move is to make your own OnlyFans and go in there and fucking just start posting on OnlyFans and making videos. And that's what people want to see. That's what's going to be entertaining. And yeah, we understand what the politically correct, not politically correct,
strategically
correct move is, but in that instance, for the sex working community, that would harm them so much more than it would help us.
That's the biggest frustration, is that people don't really. It's I'm the one who made all of these videos in the first place.
Yeah.
I understand
the game.
Yeah. Of course, the suggestion of
You're
making the
giving us the
OnlyFans
game.
thing a joke.
Yeah.
That was that's so obvious
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah.
But the people who suggested that shit to me are f***ing losers. If you're watching this, you're a f***ing loser.
Oh no, this guy thinks
Oh
I'm a
no, he's a loser.
Who would have thought that this would have been the peak of Ian's career? The biggest
Oh,
scope of Ian's
no.
video was him saying tons of people agree with him. They just didn't leave a comment or make a video because they're too busy.
I think all of the people who are who is literally winning the argument and who is presenting a better case. I think a lot of those people are just silent. At most they're clicking like on a video, but they're not gonna fucking put in the labor to make sure their guy wins or their girl wins. They're just gonna
Shit.
kind of move on because they got a life.
He's trying so hard to convince himself he's in the right.
Know that other commentary channels, regular people, when they're trying to get a temperature check about how people feel about this, they're gonna if the like-dislike isn't giving them much of a vibe, they are gonna go to the comments and they are going to use that as a template for how they should feel about it. Not in all cases, but they want to have an understanding. They want to be tapped in, because I think a lot of people, that is it's important. I want to know what people are thinking about a video. But I think there's a big force of really loud people in the comments, and they scare people away. And especially if it's brigaded fast and quickly, like within the first 24 hours of it being uploaded.
Or maybe it's because your video sucks, but let's
He
let
talks
him
like such a faggot sometimes, man.
Commentary videos about Ethan, and they go bye-bye.
Like who?
Like, they're like this. I do not want the smoke. I do not want the heat. And even if it's like not genuine at all, it's like there are people out there in different communities that are like, I'm gonna get on this shit, and I'm going to make them feel like the internet's against them, and this is the fucking end of their career.
Bro, just name somebody.
Which videos are? I mean, when you come to mind specifically?
I mean, I think the left or the Snark, the H3 Snark has like kept track of them. There was like one smaller commentary channel. I think they may have focused on like fucking like Ethan's topics, or Ethan talked about Markiplier maybe. I'm not sure what it was specifically, but that one got nuked. There was a
What the fuck is
woman
Ryan, bro?
Oompaville was another one.
This nigga's brain is fucking exploding right now.
Video by saying, I don't know anything about the drama. I'm
Nigga
not
cranium is overheating.
farther, and he just sided with Ian on most things. He just
Stupid
says, I don't
ass.
know the whole time.
I don't know. I really don't know the point of this video. I don't know what's going on, but it's very epic though. A lot of calling out of hypocrisy, that everyone's always hypocritical. If you're speaking and you're critiquing things and you're judging people, you're always going to be hypocritical, no matter what. Like, it's not possible to not do that.
I don't know what that means.
Apparently, Denims, I don't know if this is true, I'm not going to fact check it, but this seems like a...
Incredible. 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 Hey guys, I'm gonna watch the iDubbbz video, and I'm gonna pretty much take all of it as fact, whatever iDubbbz says, and then any criticism though, I'm pretty much just not gonna fact check it. It's pretty cool, man. I love it.
When people pointed out how lazy his video was, he co-posted by saying he touches too much grass. Dude, you only had to watch like 20 minutes of the H3 podcast to get his side of things. Is that too much work for you?
Find his post interesting. Remove today's video. Why? Because I felt like it. I'm gonna start doing that more. I'm married. I can do whatever I want. Okay. Also, a lot of people expected a lot of research and taking it very seriously, and I can't do that while maintaining a positive mental state and touching grass and remaining employed, so I'm sorry.
He made a video that sucked and was called out for missing basic things like CPS getting called, but that's the only way you could think this content cop was good, is if you're missing context. Ian's newest video is on how he doesn't like concern trolling.
Ultimately, concern trolling is just saying something in bad faith. It's very similar to tone policing or sea
Fuck
lining.
is this, man?
All he did his entire video was concern troll Ethan and Crazy Make. Now, Ethan famously has friends, so what's the most empathetic couple on YouTube tweet out now that he's become their enemy? Drugs? Okay, it's time for loved ones to step up for real. Parents, partners, someone. I'm saying this so genuinely.
Restart the
It's okay
game,
to ask for help. Please get
I'm
help.
looking
I
at this
criticized
shit like
people
it's Zimbabwe.
earlier in my video for chiming in without looking into
I don't
anything.
know where
But that's
fuck
the
all
entire
is at
strategy
anymore.
iDubbbz, Hassan, and Denims entirely operate with. You lie, and then you lie
Maybe
to
I
get out of
never
the
did.
lie while continuing to lie. And then you convince everyone who doesn't
Why
know
did
what's
it take
going
you
on
that
that
long
your
to kill
critics are
that thing, bro?
pro-genocide and are just
What's
crazy.
going on?
The streamer watched an out-of-context TikTok thinking Denims getting called a waiting room was because she wasn't pregnant.
But just some of the stuff that he says about women too, I genuinely don't know how anybody even wants to work for him at this point. It's like actually insane. He's like, what did he say? I saw some clip of him saying something about a woman, waiting room. He called her a waiting room because she hasn't had kids yet. Huh?
Denims gets called a waiting room because people wait in her stream until Hassan starts. It has nothing to do with her
Oh,
being
brother,
alone.
this
They're
guy
even sexist
stinks.
now to everyone who watched these TikToks. Even me.
I don't even want to let go. I don't even want to let go. Oh.
This is not a down-the-middle drama.
I don't think that either side's really that fucking, that fucking great, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's a lot of oopsie daisies, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. The problem is he has no... He can never say that he's wrong about anything. That is
I'm a
the
tree
biggest-
slug.
that's
I'm
the
a
biggest
tree
problem with all
slug.
of these
Oh, I'm a
people.
tree
Nobody can just be like, "Nah, I don't
slug.
know.
Oh, I'm
It
a
is
tree
stuff. This is
slug.
stuff. I shouldn't be overreacting to this.
I
Oh,
agree
I'm a
that this
tree.
is a problem online, but it doesn't
Sorry.
apply to Ethan in this
I'm
drama.
a-
He's the only one that is correcting information when he's wrong.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful. And I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip back, I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. And I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect on
you've
that.
said that numerous times. You actually
I don't
said you
think about numerous
ChatGPT'd
times.
against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
But Hassan and these other people will lie and then continue to double down on it. Some of these lies go back over 3 years. I've documented this forever. The
Hell
one that I
no.
think is particularly relevant is that Ethan is this ultra-Zionist genocide defender. Sometimes it's because he doesn't cite an example.
Well, nigga, shut. Oh, my fault. Yo. Wow. Yeah, sorry, man.
And neighborhoods have been completely flat.
Yeah, I just slipped out, big dog. I wasn't even trying to.
It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale
Wasn't
of
even
the
trying to
slaughter in
press you
Gaza
like
at
that,
over
man.
65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone.
But when Ethan's video came out, this was a common estimate given by outlets. Another time,
I'm
Hassan
losing my
disagreed
edge.
with one of the 2 organizations that Ethan donated money to.
His organization that Ethan donated to and urged his fans to donate to is not a fucking charity. They gave money directly to the Atlantic Council under the false notion
What?
that they were giving money to a Palestinian charity.
But if you watch the original broadcast,
Douse
this guy's
the
completely
what and
transparent.
what,
I work at the
nigga?
Atlantic Council, where I am a resident senior fellow, but also I run Realign for Palestine. through the
Shut
Atlantic
your
Council,
ass
and I
up,
have
pussy.
We have like our own
Hiya.
website, realignforpalestine.org. There is a donate button. And yeah, so like you're certainly folks can
Why did
donate
you
there,
have
but
me
also,
fucking do that?
I
Yo, if you niggas don't start hiring some goddamn workers, bro, like what the what is y'all talking about?
dedicated just for
Like you is bullshitting.
just for Gaza.
Hassan even advocates for the same charity they promoted.
Yeah, the World
what the
Food Program is one of the actual humanitarian
Great,
foundations that
man.
they
Good
linked.
old Limsa.
And then crashes out partially because Hila
Fucking
describes
furry,
people
man,
living in
bro.
Gaza as Gazans.
That's where all the fucking orgies happen, bro.
Doesn't want us to help Gazans. Oh my god. They're so gross, dude. They're such disgusting genocidal propaganda.
Oh my god, this is
my
fucking
god. Oh, it's crazy how Hassan doesn't want us to help the Palestinians. Wait, did she even say Palestinians? Hold on, maybe she did.
It's really crazy how Hassan just doesn't want us to help Gazans.
Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Yeah. Here, another great way to figure
The
out
rematch.
Ahmed Al-Khatib
What is wrong with you?
being a bad
What?
faith actor is that he calls himself a Gazan American. He doesn't even call himself a Palestinian American.
Why is he making it a big deal? The coverage he watches does it every day.
Thousands of starved Gazans.
The future of Gazans.
Gazan children.
They're pressuring the Gazans, displaced Gazans.
Hassan has tweeted it several times. Hassan himself has described Palestinians living in Gaza as Gazans.
There are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well. The Gazans did not have access. Oh, she didn't even say Palestinians. She said Gazans. Oh, they're so gross, dude.
But the biggest sin Ethan committed was not liking a slogan.
You were talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
Okay, so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like a terrorist organization.
Nigga,
who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill
I
everybody.
promise you, bro,
That's the
nobody
worst
gives a fuck about their fake ass Naruto and
I know
Sasuke
that there's a lot
flashback,
of
brother.
people,
Thank you.
obviously,
No, really,
most
thank you.
vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right?
There's such
Search for proof. What?
disgusting genocidal propagandists. Oh my god.
Does he really deserve that label? I'm sure there's plenty of things to criticize Ethan for, but these people are labeling him as something that he's
Where,
not. He agrees
motherfucker,
with them on
where?
all the biggest points.
And the government of Israel is a colossal failure.
got it, bro.
Netanyahu is a war criminal,
cool.
fucking psycho. Into the genocide happening by settler fucking lunatic, and they're hellbent on genocide. Frankly, overtly, they've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children. Obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. I'm pulled myself all the way to, you know, outright saying that it's apartheid, that it's genocide, that the Israeli government is committing. That being caused it's a terrible humanitarian crisis that we should all care about. If you're pro-genocide, then we're definitely going to have a disagreement.
Bro, all of these comments on every video call him a genocide supporter because
I'm
he
gonna
doesn't
kill
like
myself.
every single
Please
thing
stop.
these guys say and do.
I don't know what's going on. But ever since October 7th, it's like I'm nothing more or less than a Zionist genocide supporter. Nothing.
Genocidal propagandist. Oh my God.
At what point are they just slandering him? And the most cowardly part is they hide behind the dead bodies of Palestinians to avoid any accountability on this.
Also wild because the political content creator in question is an anti-genocide content creator, and the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, you know, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. You know, anti-genocide is pro-genocide. It's quite the precarious predicament they've placed themselves in.
He's twisting himself into a pretzel trying to explain it. You can't criticize Hassan, otherwise you're pro-genocide. It's so stupid. I watched Noah Samson's most recent video about Ethan Klein and Mudahar suing him for defamation, and I was blown away when I heard his explanation for why Mudahar is pro-genocide. It's because he criticized Hassan for his Houthi interview, one of the worst interviews in all of YouTube. I have an entire video on it.
The worst. Hell no.
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
No, One Piece is an anime, man.
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid. Yeah.
Sick. Yes.
I think he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did class with them, and he danced the music with them, and he was vibing. So he likes him. Yeah.
Nigga, what?
So I mean, what? That's so
That would
crazy.
be my nigga, what, bro? Like, what is he talking about?
To be clear, we're talking about a man they took hostage.
Like America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing cat and fucking chilling with the captains. Like, how does he feel about that? Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it.
They essentially claim, you know, we couldn't have possibly
Black
supported
conspiracies.
genocide
What do you mean by black
elsewhere we have
conspiracies?
said that we.
What do you mean by that, man? What do you mean by black?
James, she doesn't want to talk to you.
911, what's your emergency?
He's trying to walk. I'm sorry. He's trying to door. No, answer the dad.
Oh, this nigga tweaking.
1st, 2023, a family is left shaken after an unexpected visitor refuses to leave when his knocks go unanswered. When he attempts to force his way inside their home,
the nigga was tweaking?
scrambles for a way to stop him.
Hey, what?
The resulting confrontation ends in disaster, with every terrifying moment captured by the Ring camera. The following is based on official.
How is that terrifying? Bro, that nigga is banging on my fucking door. Banging and hooting and hollering. Doing all this dumb nigger shit. Doing all this fucking crash out bullshit. YN bullshit. And can't rub fucking two brain cells together. But you want me to fucking believe that there's an issue with what happened. No. He got what he fucking deserved. You get what you fucking deserve. Like, what you talking about? Like, what happens when you cry? Like, come on, man. Like, stop.
Kelly is outside of the cabin crying, and I stop and I go, Kelly, are you okay? And Kelly responds to me. She goes, he's blaming me. He's blaming me for ruining his career. I told her, I told the cops that it was just for content, you know, everything's fine. She goes, oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Someone said, so you lied to the police?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Fucking
Wings
retard.
Just lay hands on his
Yeah,
wife.
yeah,
you
I
know?
did.
Wings said something to Xylee that it wasn't abuse because it didn't leave a mark or something.
That really burns a bridge with me. Like, I still want to help Jordy get better, all this stuff, but like, come on, man. You don't have to leave a mark. Some of the worst things that can happen to you don't leave a mark.
And we're like, oh, he's not getting better, and that he's just doing the anger management because it's bullshit or something. Many fans think that this show will never be the same. That Wings was truly important to the show. And they're right. The show will truly never be the same. It just will not.
That's my mother, Chip. When is my fucking...
But they do anything for clout. I gotta go to bum ass fucking Alport again.
Yeah, he's completely. Yeah.
Why? Why? Yeah.
I don't know. There's so many things that have been said about the moment. There's so many things I could say about that moment, but I just want to say the simplest thing, which is it's just heartbreaking to see. It just sucks. You know, from my perspective, I thought at first she tripped, and then from I saw from the other perspective.
Okay, brother. All right.
There's definitely some shoving going on there. It's not great, and it sucks, man. It just fucking sucks.
Erica Lancelot.
God, that makes me sad.
Yeah, I don't think you're Himothy, but sure.
The pushing me stuff is like, dude. I grew up. Me and my friends fight. We argue. We push. We wrestle. It's like I don't fucking care. Me and Wings got into it. Oh well, show must go on. Type of shit, right? But obviously, you can't have violence at a fat camp. And then this happens, and it's like, whoa. Wings is actually unhinged. This is not a moment of aggression. This is what 10. I think the two clips are, if I had to guess, are probably about 10 minutes away from each other, right? So there's the cool down period where cool down is
a
not
cool down period. Hell no.
Which
this nigga's a raid boss.
Makes everything way different for me,
Yeah. I mean, I do think that there was a tone set for the day with the fist fight that happened.
What, bro?
I think when you grow up in an abusive home, once somebody gets slapped, the rest of the day is kind of fucked and ruined. And I fully would have expected you and him to fight, or him and I to fight, or something like that. Which, like you said, we forgive him. That's one thing.
We are literally just bullshit.
But this is just it sucks. It just sucks. Like all you do is
fuck you up, pussy.
Apologize to your wife dead for doing the same. That's all you can do. As you should.
I find myself right now as lost for words, and all day I'm thinking I'm gonna go live. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm thinking about my feelings and how to react to it, and this and that. And it's like now that I'm here, I'm just at a loss for words once again. It was the following days where Twiggy was telling us that he was riding with them on the way up. And,
I didn't know I had access to my. I thought I was too.
Okay, things have changed once again. And we called Wings on speakerphone. Everyone was in the room, including like Billy and Zara and whatnot. And Wings said something to Xylee that it wasn't abuse because it didn't leave a mark or something, which really set Xylee off, and a few others like Tina and Xylee had like former abusive relationships that they were in, so they were pretty pissed off about that stuff. And Wings feels like we betrayed him by talking about that clip and playing the clip in the car ride, which again isn't anything crazy. He's not giving Kelly a black eye, but it's still like one of these things. It's like, bro,
like what choice do we have once that's in our lap? We have to show it, right? Like we.
And then other people were saying he was trying to prevent road rage. It's like, bro, you're not driving the car, all right? Kelly's a full-grown adult. She's an adult woman. She is not your child. You don't get to spank her. You know, she has a right to drive that vehicle, and she has a right to honk the horn. You don't have any fucking right to just spank her.
Spank her is crazy.
Somebody asked why I can't get up and try to get involved. I can't move too good, and I know for a fact that man can go right through me. He did in the ring, so he would go right through me anyway.
Roberto said that was a hidden camera setup. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. They asked Twiggy to record them fighting.
Yeah, I'm out here, beat up.
At least that's what Twiggy told us.
What
he said
the
they were
fuck?
fighting, and Twiggy said, "Film this," right?
Nah, but we're just gonna wait here, bro. Surely.
At the end, Wings goes, "Cut that out." Well, the reason why Wings said cut that part out is because he knew he messed up.
All right, man. Never mind, man.
So to kind of go through everything, to be as transparent as possible, this happens, and I'm on my way to. I've come to the conclusion. Wings just got done pushing Kelly. I'm sitting down, and I'm just trying to gather my thoughts on what to do now that Fat Camp truly is not a safe place and it is not a safe environment because of the people that were hostile and violent. And somebody donates and says, you need to send Becky and Wings home. And that's when it was like, yes, I do need to do this. Now, I'm a little embarrassed that I wasn't already coming to that conclusion and I needed a fucking super chat to tell me what to do, but I was going through a lot. Like, hopefully you can understand, I was still in a state of disbelief, right? That this was even happening. So that kind of light bulb, hey, I'm the boss, I need to send these people away, right? After that super chat came in. And so I was on my way over to...
The most concerning to me was how quickly she defended him. She immediately said to tell everyone that she tripped. It's really sad, and it all sucks.
Yeah. Well, me and Mike got in the car, and we were on our way to tell Becky that she had to go home. And we passed Wings' cabin, and Wings was already in the cabin at the time, on the way to Becky. And Kelly was outside of the cabin crying. So I stopped and I said, "Are you okay, Kelly?" And the
Gonzo super chatted $20. I'm not convinced that what happened at Fat Camp and the clip from the car are proof of ongoing abuse. Do you think he threw her on the table because she was holding him back, or would he have done it to anyone at that point?
It's hard to say because we don't know. You know, we don't live with them. We don't know. I'm trying to explain to you while we're very confused on what's really going on. So let me just tell this story. So I'm on my way to tell Becky that she has to go. Kelly is outside of the cabin crying, and I stop and I go, "Kelly, are you okay?" And Kelly responds to me. She goes, "He's blaming me. He's blaming me for ruining his career." And I go, "Kelly, it's not your fault. You are not to blame for this. Wings is out of control." I go, "You guys need to go, all right? And I will try to fix this mess." That's what I told them. Or Kelly at that moment. Then I go talk to Becky. Becky gives me a big hug. She goes, "Oh my God, are you okay?" I go, "Yes, but we need to de-escalate everything, and we need you to go." She goes, "I'll go home right now. I'll go home right now. I can leave right now. I'll leave." She wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah,
all right.
Don't blame her.
Becky was acting like she was terrified after what she just witnessed happen with Wings, and she wanted out, right? So Glammy grabbed Becky, and they left. Becky was gone, like, almost instantly, all right? On the way back, I told Kelly once again, because she was outside, I go, "This is not your fault, but you and Wings got to go for the safety of everyone," right? And I don't know if they decide to go at that time or not, right? Then, at one point in the stream, you see me say, "I have to go deal with stuff," and I get Mike to go with me again. This time, we got a call from Lord Rush that the police were coming to talk to us, right? And we stood out the gate, we talked to the cops, we're like, "Hey, look, this is all a skit, we're just having fun." He goes, "What's that big scratch on your chest?" By the way, it's almost fully healed. And I go, "Oh, we were in a pushing match, da 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 da, Everything's fine. It was just for our YouTube channel. So the cops leave, and then I went to go talk to Kelly, and I told her, I was like, I told the cops that it was just for content, you know, everything's fine. She was like, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I go, you guys need to go, right? And so they left. They finally left. And the remainder of that night was like a celebration of like, oh my God, the bad energy's gone. The bad stuff, we're past, right? And we just got drunk that night and almost had like a somewhat of a party. And I think our very stream the next day, we came out, we said, hey, look, you know, we're putting him on a 90-day suspension, and someone said, so you lied to the police? Yeah, I did. What, you want me to tell the cops? Yeah, I've been beaten, but I don't want to press charges. And Kelly to say, yes, I was beaten, but I don't want to press charges. Same results.
Let me remind you that the cops are not your friend. The best thing you can do is remain silent. Sometimes it's okay they're there to help get you in trouble and the other people around you in trouble. You're best sorting it out yourself most of the time.
ETX said, Keem, you literally just admitted to lying to the police on stream. Yeah, I know. I'm literally saying that to you. Yes, I'm saying that I lied to them.
You're allowed to lie to the police unless you've been branded.
And you know what else? The police can lie to you. There's no law.
And they do.
And they
all the time. And they will.
Yeah. So, ETX, let me say this for you again. I lied to the cops. Okay? Are we good? Did we get that on record? Do you need another clip? I lied to the cops. So there you go. And I just told him it was content and everyone's fine.
What the hell am I doing?
And there was no reason not to lie, right? Because I was not pressing charges, and Kelly was not pressing charges, and Boogie was not pressing charges for getting hit with a can, and Roxy was not pressing charges for what Becky did, and Becky wasn't pressing charges for Roxy did. There's no fucking point of being like, oh yeah, a bunch of people got assaulted, but nobody wants to press charges. Because then the result of that would be is that now the cops have to talk to every single person, and I already know what the outcome is. You know? So yeah. Okay, where was I in the story? Now that I got derailed by like, oh my God, you lied.
You were talking about how the cops showed up and you helped get them moving, and you were talking to Kelly afterwards.
Oh, and by the way, the call, you know who called the cops? Not Kelly, not Wings, not Keemstar, not Boogie, not Becky, not Roxy. The person that called the cops is a fucking fan watching. So yeah. So then they left, and then the next day we said we'd leave the door open for Wings to come back with a 90-day unpaid suspension, right? And Wings asked us for help. You know, he truly asked us for help. And we did agree to help him and navigate him through this and give him really good advice.
YouTube is censoring my comments. Super chatted $20. I can't believe Keem is saying all this with a straight face while sitting next to someone that lied about having cancer and being SAA. Someone that shot a gun in the direction of school for someone ding-dong ditching him.
Well,
I'm glad that retard has money.
So wait, so I'm gonna tell the cops, hey, a bunch of people just got physically assaulted, right? Then what's gonna happen, all right? Everything's shut down for about 2 hours. Everybody gets interviewed. Everybody, you know, gets testimony or whatever, and then nobody wants to press charges, so nothing happens. It would have been the same result. You know, I'm sorry, but when I was thinking about it, I was like, dude, these cops probably have to go stop actual criminals right now, and I know no one's pressing charges, so I'm not going to waste the cops' time. You know what I mean? I'm not going to waste my time or the cops' time, to be honest. You know? I calculated that he was going to put
much muscle loss he'd endure as a consequence of the fast, his reasonably concerned viewers repeatedly tried to get mental health services to intervene in Connor's project. These attempts were unsuccessful, as Connor just used them as opportunities to make more content documenting his journey. In the meantime, he gave his audience tutorials on how to naturally enlarge their junk and read hate comments about his fast, all while he gradually became visibly emaciated. At the end of the 40 days, he looked like a skeleton. But fortunately, it didn't seem like the fast had any particularly bad side effects. After his return, he took up a vegan diet for some time and shared his experience with semen retention and no fat, a video which has 700,000 views as of the writing of my video. Now, as freaky as all of this stuff is, through these videos, you get to see that if he truly applied himself, Connor could have easily pivoted from his prank videos to esoteric health content and started a whole second chapter of his career as a content creator. But due to how misguided his motivation to do this was, along with how controversial he was in the process of changing his format, it made it very hard for him to gain serious followers in that sphere of the internet. Over the rest of the year, he made a video about detaching from his physique, only for his muscles to slowly return as he quote-unquote lean bulked. And I really want to emphasize here, I'm not saying this to make fun of him, but coincidentally, his hairline that he had supposedly saved slowly started receding again, while he wore bandanas to try and hide it, and used older pictures of himself on thumbnails to pretend like it wasn't happening. So many speculated that he was, in fact, back on roids. His main channel went back to chugging along and regularly uploading content, but it was clear that things had changed dramatically. Some of his friends, even if they continued to overall feel positive about him, expressed concern about his mental state. As he seemingly backslid into this deluded state of self, he released a video announcing that he was going to give himself a megadose of something called an ayahuasca analog, which frankly, I'm not well versed enough in to know what that really means, but I would guess that he means some sort of similar substitute that could have similar effects. This, he claims, will get his pineal gland producing so much DMT naturally that he will be, from then on, permanently tripping on psychedelics for the rest of his life, which he thinks will allow him to see reality for what it really is, instead of the illusion that society lives under. What I do know is that taking a megadose of anything won't make your body start producing whatever it is you took. It's actually quite the opposite. When you take in a chemical that your body produces, your body naturally deregulates that chemical's production. This is why people who take steroids get low testosterone when they hop off gear. I've seen some people speculate that Connor was just lying about this, but in the same video, he records himself orally ingesting the very same substance that he was talking about. Funnily enough, when he turns his phone to the camera to show the date and time, you can see that one of his top visited links is Leo Gurro's forum. The thing is, while there's no way to give yourself a permanent psych trip, you can do things like self-induce HPPD, which stands for hallucinogenic perception persistence disorder. When you do that kind of substance more frequently than your brain can handle, you may develop a kind of white noise over your vision, and you may see patterns or wave textures over surfaces. But a permanent impairment to your vision would be the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you make yourself permanently schizophrenic. And I don't mean that in the internet way, I mean that as in you have schizophrenia. As psychedelic use of any kind, let alone these megadoses he's talking about, makes you almost 21 times more likely to develop this condition. Given that Connor already has a hard time differentiating between tripping and actual insanity, I don't think he's too concerned about that possibility. Throughout the couple of videos where Connor documents this experiment of his, he repeatedly emphasizes that the substances he's doing are completely legal and that he's not recommending that other people do it. However, in every other sentence, he makes sure to tell people that what he's doing is the one and only way to see the absolute truth and reach true bliss, which sounds a lot like promoting something that, even if legal, is very dangerous.
So your mind is very conflicted. You have these conflicting views on reality that cause you to suffer, and so this is your mind right now, okay? Now, what psychedelics do, okay? They're going to start rearranging the puzzle pieces, okay? Like this. And certain psychedelics, definitely like ayahuasca and psilocybin, they're going to rearrange the puzzle pieces in a order that is closer to the finished puzzle, you could say.
The end of the year marked a significant uptick in strange behavior from Connor. First, he began recording himself doing something that he called tantric premasati yoga with random girls. To put this in simple terms, he basically stopped doing sexually suggestive shirtless prank videos videos and started doing extremely sexually suggestive yoga with strangers on the street. He also opened up an OnlyFans account, which he promoted in most of his uploads from this era. If there was any hope ever that he would someday rebrand to being a serious, spirituality, and alternative health-oriented channel, that hope was now completely lost as he delved even deeper into racy, attention-seeking antics. Unsurprisingly, this format quickly evolved to include adult film actresses, and sometimes the aftermath of these yoga sessions were also uploaded behind his OnlyFans paywall.
It is going to be really good. We're going to be playing some intense Monopoly. I hope my piece is functioning properly. And yeah, we'll be doing some awesome yoga Monopoly. So
even after completely embracing this new identity, he continued to try and make it out as if all of this was some kind of deep, enlightening acting performance, despite the fact that even after all this time, he continued to be pretty bad at acting.
I have struggled with an addiction. I was 15 years old. And just a matter of months ago, I became aware of it. I've overcome it.
As the last bits of hope his audience had evaporated, Connor thought it was the perfect time to really double down on how revolting his content had become. After getting himself a degree that apparently gave him the title Doctor of Spirituality, he announced on YouTube that he would be, there's no way I can really put this in like a really clean way, so he would be swallowing another man's load for health purposes. And of course, there was also a version of it off of YouTube. He did this because, in his belief system, cavemen used to also do this in order to unlock secret primal powers. I bet there's a lot of weird stuff that cavemen did. They were living in caves after all, but I seriously doubt that they were guzzling glizzies in the Neolithic. I mean, even if they did, if you want to be a caveman, I feel like there are a lot of things to do before you get to the stage of sipping the Chris Chan Special Fanta. Later on in the video, he claims that his Coombe protocol has led to an improvement in his physique. But honestly, at that point, just take Tren. Your hairline is already going the way of the dodo. Just stop pretending like you've ascended beyond your aesthetics and embrace the gear. At least then you're not slurping another man's nectar for gains. Alternatively, just admit you're doing it because you like doing it. This degree of cope is simply too much.
My physique has gotten better. My physique has gotten so much better over the past several weeks. It's been incredible, and I've contributed a lot to this. And so I thought, wow, what if I got even more of this, right? So essentially the balance of this energy in my body was like above baseline, right? I'm like, wow, I've got to try this out. And so I messaged Nikolai. Because I heard that, I mean, you eat this too, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah, for sure. I have done my fair share because I figured out, I looked up the benefits too as well, and I figured I would give it a try at least.
Interestingly enough, the guy who provides Connor with his supplements, Nikolai, also recorded himself getting berated by his family members for taking part in this and posted it online.
Mom, we were just making a YouTube video. So I saved the video. Sorry.
I mean, this guy just had to know how this looked, right? There's no way that he got into this situation without realizing what it looks like. Additionally, if all of that wasn't bad enough, Connor didn't even put in an effort to make this interesting for the new crowd of gay guys who were signing up to him and Nikolai's OnlyFans to see some action. Based on one of the reviews that someone left, Nikolai does the work, so to speak, all on his own for 10 minutes straight, and right at the end, Connor comes in, collects the fluids while staying as far away from him as possible, and then drinks it, but not before he mixed it with some kind of berry sauce. After all that talk, he couldn't even raw dog the man juice. He had to mix it with something sweet to get it down. What an absolute poser. But this was only the beginning. Within 1 month of this incident, Connor also revealed he'd been drinking his own urine, which he celebrated by making an actual song about it.
I can sleep at night. Every morning when I wake up,
A few days after this revelation, Connor added that his reasons for drinking man juice weren't just health-related, but they were also spiritual. To justify this, he brings up a Gnostic sect from the 2nd century that believed that Jesus intended for his followers to also drink his own man juice. What he neglected to mention is that this same group also advocated for people to smear their hands with female time of the month excrement and to eat babies. Unless Connor has some serious Patrick Bateman stuff going on that we don't know about, I'm guessing that this is just him cherry-picking information to justify his histrionic whims like usual. But as deranged as he already seemed, as April 2021 neared its end, his insanity kicked into high gear as he began making extremely incoherent uploads to his YouTube account, most of which got unlisted or outright taken down. The most apt way that I can describe these uploads is that Connor was trying to emulate the off-putting editing that Frank Yang had in his videos, but with less than a tenth of the editing skills required to carry them out, resulting in a garbled mess of visuals with no discernible meaning. As the month of May began, one of Connor's ayahuasca trips seems to have transported the soul of a black person from 1980s New Orleans into Connor's body as he began speaking with an accent and just never stopped.
I apologize in advance for the particularly psychologically constructed inconvenience. I'm not giving a flying it doesn't exist, motherfuckers. It doesn't exist. You're free. You're free as a motherfucker.
For context, the rest of the video consists of him trying to play a Coldplay song on the violin and not doing a great job of it. As you can see behind him, his apartment is being overrun by indistinct trash, and funnily enough, despite his altered state, at about a minute in, he stops to admire himself. Over the course of the following days, he grows increasingly manic, most of which was captured on his Instagram account, which, in turn, was covered by Derek from More Plates, More Dates.
Do you know what in the world right now is going on? I'm surprised that post is still up, dude. Like, how'd that not get taken down?
While Derek completely blurs it out here, he mentions that Connor had just posted an Instagram story consisting of a screen recording that showed every single password he had saved on his phone, including the ones to his bank accounts. Even for Connor's standards, this was pretty radical. And once again, people became concerned for his mental health. Within 1 day of Derek's upload, what people feared became true, and once again, Connor was going through a full-blown psychotic episode, very much in line with the last one. One interesting aspect of this, though, is that instead of targeting his parents like he did last time, this time he targeted none other than Jake Paul, with a video titled, "Jake Paul Touched Me Without My Consent." So this video starts out with another man's voice in the background, which means that there was someone else with him during this recording that, for whatever reason, wasn't doing anything to stop him from doing what he was about to do. Immediately, he goes right into his terrible acting and bizarre accent.
Yes. This video is extremely hard for me. I know my videos have been silly recently, but this is 100% serious. I know I've been acting kind of crazy over the past year, and never really told anyone about this. But it all stems from one of the creepiest, most horrific experiences I had with Jake Paul around 2019. I've been afraid to tell this story because I feel like people won't believe me because I've lost credibility. And Jake Paul is powerful, he has lawyers, and he scares the living hell out of me.
Moments after this, he claims that he only ever did ayahuasca in the first place because he was trying to recover from the trauma that Jake inflicted on him. However, it's clear this is yet another epic prank on Connor's part as he pivots to inviting Jake to a naked wrestling match and claims that Jake is a hermaphrodite who gave him syphilis. Due to how long past relevance Connor was, this really had no effect, and it only got the attention of people who were already well aware that Connor was out of his mind. In the effort of doing absolutely
what the fuck
anything in
is he
order to
doing,
get
man?
attention, he proceeds to drop more videos
Man,
in
don't
which
worry
he
about what
rekindles
I'm
his
doing.
beef with H3H3.
I'm free
and
now, though.
most damningly, Connor
What you got
makes a
going
very
on?
weird remark about himself.
This is serious.
What do I got
I mean,
going
Pete,
on?
this
Man, what you
is
got going
serious.
on?
This is serious. I mean,
You
Pete,
missed
this is serious.
you missed a free man all of a sudden.
Fine, and I am admitting it for the
Bro,
better
I
good.
always hit
So
you up,
essentially,
but not
H3,
always. But I
H3
usually
made me
hit
do
you
it.
up late as hell.
Understand that.
Like, come on,
H3,
dog.
H3 made me
What
do
does
it.
that mean?
So this is how
What that got to do with
like
anything?
same things like prostitution. So essentially, I
That
could just
means
type
I ain't
prostitution
free
for
all
men,
day,
which is
dog.
considered pornography. Like the law doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say you
So
were.
you're gonna follow me because I'm the same company as Jesus Christ. Duh.
So what's the problem? Like, I wasn't free at the time.
The explanation
Now,
he gives
now
for
when
some
I
of
am
these
free,
things
I'm
is
hitting
that
you up.
his TikTok account
Nothing
got
is a
banned for
problem.
posting
I'm just
videos of
saying,
his yoga sessions,
making
but
it-
according to him, the
you
platform
making it sound
allowed
like you're
video
doing
content
life-changing
involving
work.
children to be posted. But if this was truly his motivation,
I'm
he
changing.
wouldn't have
I don't
packaged the
have to
video
be
this
doing
way.
life
And to make
changing.
matters worse,
I
he
know
goes
he-
on to claim that Leo
What was
Shura
going on
and
at
his dad
7, dog?
are in on it.
Let's get to that.
What's going on at what?
Because TikTok is allowing child
That's when you called me at, when I looked on Discord. What was going on? Were you trying to tell me about that app shit?
Nigga,
They deleted my account.
no.
It,
Nigga, it is.
when they allow child on the site. So TikTok's
Nigga,
the
it
only
is
thing
3
you can do
hours
is
fucking
internet
later.
stuff.
How am I supposed to? How am I supposed to? How am I supposed to know what exactly at that point in time I needed of you? It was if it was something that I could have just typed out, I would have typed it out, but it obviously was not. I don't know. I have no.
It's clear there's little more to it than him just losing his mind.
So, yeah, let's have a giant war with China. There will be nukes go off, but I am the second coming of Jesus Christ, and I will protect all of you. We will do a giant meditation in Zilka Park, and we will have the extraterrestrials help us.
The only thing I remember at the time was I saw you posted something that you were looking for videos, so I sent you your scenes video. I don't know if you've seen the whole thing.
Oh, right, that. Right, that's what it was. Yeah, from now on, you're seeing his band from the channel. No more posting.
Damn.
He's been taking ayahuasca like every couple hours. I don't know if that's true.
What do you do, man?
That's true, and
Huh?
trust me, Kenny KO is definitely.
I just
not-
saw like a long video. I wasn't gonna watch it.
And the
I
government
thought it
is
was
not
good
used.
for your
The
stream,
government
so
would
that's
never
why
do
I
that,
sent
would
it.
they?
Like, what's the problem?
Okay. Anyway, yes, I'm taking it every.
I mean, like, this is my sword realm, and like the
do you
nigga's
have
just
people
not
to talk
aligning
to?
with my
I don't know
worldview,
if
so
you're
therefore the
currently under
nigga's
the
wrong.
influence.
So
Are you under the influence right now?
I'm just hearing a lot of like, I'm just hearing a lot of black woman hate, and I'm just very confused where that's
I guess,
coming from.
are you under the influence
You
right
know,
now?
I know the Yassine is racist. You know, like allegations are funny and all, but like,
Is the cops?
I don't know,
because
man.
you
He's
talked to them
doing
or
a little
because
bit
people
too
are calling
much.
money?
A little bit too much sweeping for DDG, man. It was. I couldn't even make it fucking 15 minutes in. Like,
all the bits of forced fake laughter he punctuates his
No.
speech patterns with.
Dang.
It's clear that he's been setting this up to eventually go back and claim that it
I'll
was
have
all
to
a convoluted.
check that out, see what he
This kind of
said.
dynamic has
I
been
think him and
observed
Rob
in
probably
other
have
people who,
similar
after getting
views.
a lot of attention for humiliating themselves online, tried to rewrite the narrative as if it was their master plan all along.
Rob
and
shit was
they were
watchable.
the ones trolling the trolls. The only difference in Connor's case is that he knows he'll
Alright,
humiliate
I'm gonna have to
himself
see how
beforehand,
crazy he was
but that doesn't
talking.
make it
That
any
shit is
better.
like
As
40
Kenny
minutes
tries
though.
to extract something resembling a meaningful answer out of him, Connor just
I mean, I can send you the clip later,
What's the end goal with what you're doing?
Worldwide orgy.
but
That's the end goal.
Yeah, for now.
I'm cool. I'm just not really.
Between the two from this same time period, Kenny seemingly convinces him to stop doing ayahuasca.
My thing about
every
the
few hours, but as we know by now,
DDG and
Connor's
Haley
words
thing,
aren't
I'm just not
exactly
really
reliable,
understanding
so we
why,
can't necessarily take
in
what
one
he says
breath,
at
the
face
bitch is a
value.
master
week after this
manipulator, a
interaction,
master, a fucking mastermind, you know, a cunning, conniving, deceitful woman,
normal when they met in person for a video.
And then in the other
While
breath,
she
she's
discovered during the shoot that
a
he
mentally
frequently did
insane nut
ayahuasca, she wasn't
who
familiar with
doesn't,
what that meant and assumed he was otherwise
who's
regular
a
content
danger
creator.
to both
A few weeks
herself
later,
and her
he
son.
invited her over to his house despite them
Like,
not
which is
having
it?
interacted
I mean,
since
like,
the last time they had met. When she got there,
y'all can't
she
have,
immediately stumbled
y'all
into
can't
the
use both.
nightmarish
You
horde
know?
of hellhole that his house had become.
The stack of boxes was so huge that it took half of the apartment.
Unless we're talking about a Kira Light Yagami level psychopath, bro. Crazy and mastermind usually ain't like it's not used in the same sense.
This took place when Connor was already well into his episode, but even then, Jane
I don't
maintained
understand
that
what
most of it
about
was played up for attention, as whenever the cameras were
clearly
off, he behaved a lot
handpicked,
more normal.
fucking
She helped him clean up his place.
very
She discovered rotten
emotionally
food all
intense
over
fucking
his
crash out
apartment,
moments
left
are
in
being
places
cherry
nowhere
picked,
near his
and that's
kitchen.
enough
After hours of
for niggas to be
cleaning up,
like,
which
yep.
she was doing by herself,
Yep.
since all Connor did
Yep,
was
she's crazy.
wander around aimlessly inside his own apartment.
But,
Jane asked him for water.
I mean,
at
again,
which
like I
point
said
he
in my
revealed
video,
that
man,
he had no
the
water
bitch ass
in his
nigga got his fucking
apartment, and
request
they'd have to
denied.
go to the
So
grocery
again,
store
I'ma
to
laugh
get
every
some.
time
When they went
BDG
to his
loses.
car to
I
drive
don't
to the
give a
store,
fuck.
it turned out that his Porsche was overloaded
Damn.
with garbage and literally stinking.
Just like
But
Megan
despite
and
her suggestion of
fuck's
using her car,
sake.
he insisted that they drive there.
I gotta go for 10 minutes. These faggot
While
ass
she
niggas
didn't
pissing me
know at
off.
the time, he was under the influence of ayahuasca as he drove. And halfway to the store, he decided that they'd be going to the park to shoot content. Of course, by content, Connor meant more incoherent ramblings, which according to Jane, he spent hours upon hours recording, all while she still needed water. Once it became dark out, they finally went to get some water, and Connor also bought a bunch of other random items that totaled over $200. Based on how much random trash was piled up at his place, he most likely engaged in this kind of impulse buying on a daily basis. When they got home, Jane went to put the groceries in the fridge, and it was at this moment that she entered the kitchen for the first time, only to accidentally stumble upon something dark.
That is when I went into the kitchen for the first time. There was ayahuasca all over the counter. I asked Connor, how often do you do ayahuasca? And he said, every 2 hours. I did not know that Connor was high until then because he mixed the ayahuasca with like health juices, and so I only saw him drinking those.
This frequency is the kind of thing that will definitely give you long-lasting brain damage, so it's not surprising that he was behaving erratically. Jane also includes a few clips that she recorded without Connor's knowledge, and it turns out that while his extremely manic behavior is a lot tamer when he's not shooting, he does the fake New Orleans accent constantly. Finally, after an entire day of cleaning and recording Connor's rants, Jane went home. But once she left, the person who introduced her to Connor, Andrew, went to Connor's house. Andrew was shocked by the state of Connor's place, as according to him, it was usually very organized. He immediately connected the dots and realized that the hoarding was a symptom of Connor's constant tripping, and he had a long conversation with Connor about taking a break from the substances, which according to him, Connor agreed to. But, of course, he was lying, and immediately after Andrew left, he continued to trip. And that is the moment when he leaked all of his passwords and bank info online.
Every single password on his phone that is saved, like every single account he has and the email associated with it, so like Bank of America, Amazon, even his Bang Energy password apparently, or the account to log in.
When Jane returned the next day, there were even more packages and trash in his house, and he claimed to have only slept for 30 minutes that night. Back when he had his first psychotic break, he made a similar claim about not having slept for a whole week. When Jane asked him to delete his bank info from Instagram, as he had already lost $9,000 as a consequence, he answered, claiming that since he was God, he had to give it to his followers. Now, the natural question is, where were the police in all of this? Well, apparently, they were pretty useless in this situation, as they couldn't seem to commit Connor to a psych ward despite his circumstances. Meanwhile, Jane, along with a couple of other people, including a mental health counselor who was concerned for him, spent the next few days trying to clean his apartment and get him to stop using substances and start going to the gym again to return to his normal state. However effective this strategy was for a brief period, Jane was eventually advised to stop visiting Connor as his behavior was escalating. Now, he was fixated on a plan to fake his own death by crashing his Porsche, and even after being dissuaded from this idea by a counselor, he became very aggressive with the people who were still at his place helping him clean it up. After this absolute peak of intensity, he started a live stream in which he announced he was going to take his own life. Fortunately, this did not happen, as instead he just took a bike ride to the park and came back. Although it seems that at this point, he was under the delusion that he and Jane had become engaged due to a joke video they had recorded days prior. During this part of his episode, someone contacted Jane to inform her that Connor was on Discord, sending people voice notes of himself.
Look this shit up. Look up urine therapy, up eating your own feces, because it's like a so essentially you intake the feces and the bacteria are attenuated bacteria and is a perfect it's just like taking a mother it's quite people have been doing it since ancient times. That's why dog eats the shit when they are sick. I would look that up because I think that could cure you in a week, but I could be wrong. I've known to be grandiose.
After he doxed himself and his entire family, he started making claims about owning illegal material, which attracted the attention of law enforcement, although he had an easy time redirecting them. Now, when he's talking to the cop, he also makes a random mention of H3H3 Productions, and the reason why is because one of Connor's consistent delusions is that H3H3 is running a CP operation. Eventually, the counselor who was visiting Connor on a daily basis finally made a little bit of progress and got him to throw out some of his ayahuasca stash, but after days of Connor updating his social media every 15 minutes, he went completely dark. And when Jane went to his apartment to see if his car was there, she found it was gone. The first thought on everyone's mind was that he had carried out his plan and crashed his Porsche. While trying to put the pieces together and reverse engineer what Connor had been doing over the past couple of days, Jane discovered that Connor had done the same thing he did with her with another girl. This girl, named Teresa, was invited over to his house along with another guy for no particular reason. And during their stay, Connor developed the delusion that this 19-year-old girl was actually a 15-year-old who was also a prostitute named Wanda, and so he started publicly posting about this girl online. There's no real explanation as to why this happened, but it is at this point that Teresa revealed a new piece of information, which was that after a particularly bad overnight bender, Connor's father called him up and told him to go to a mental hospital, saying that he would be flying to where Connor was the next day. While it seemed that Connor initially complied before anyone knew what he was about to do, he smashed his computer to the point that it was unusable and wiped his phone before giving it, along with all of his credit cards, to a few of his friends, before leaving his house to, in his own words, go to the beach. Although his phone was locked behind an Apple ID, calls were still coming through to it, and eventually, Connor called his own phone.
Okay, because this is very interesting. I need you to go to the police immediately because when I tried to go to the psych ward, there was a man, his name was, and he is working for the government. He is with Jake Paul and H3. He's holding me hostage.
In case you're confused what's going on here, Connor is claiming that he's being held hostage by a man he met in the psych ward, although the proof that this man even existed was never provided. When the police were contacted over these claims, they discovered that the phone number Connor was calling from belonged to a random college student, and it's unknown how Connor even got access to that person's phone. Finally, after all of this back and forth over the course of 10 days and the involvement of Connor's family and the police, his sister notified everyone that Connor was now in an institution and not in any kind of danger. A little while after this situation had been kind of resolved, Micah, one of the people who was frequently visiting Connor to help him, posted a compilation of recordings he made during his stay with Connor, showing just how deranged he was during this period.
I just took some ayahuasca and it was absolutely disgusting. It tasted like Brian Venus, and trust me, I've been there many times. My name is Stewie Griffin in Belle Delphine. You like this? I'm about to eat some vegan macaroni and cheese. Vegan. It's made out of plants, just like your... It takes me back to my childlike sense of wonder. That childlike sense of wonder. Let's see. I forgot what I'm going to say. I'm not a very smart individual, but anyway, Belle Delphine. Would you like to engage? Of the Cuddle Kingdom.
Unfortunately, unlike his last stay at the ward, which was long enough to instill a sense of normalcy in him that lasted a few months at least, he got out as soon as he could, and it was very clear that nothing had improved.
I made it out. I'm out of the psych ward. I'm out of the
As soon as he was back, he started uploading more of his nonsensical, conceptual videos, this time centered around the idea that he had taken his own life and reincarnated as someone named Seven Son. This particular delusion seems to have been kicked off by a theater play called Dear Evan Hansen, which has a character called Connor Murphy who takes his own life. Now, besides acting, he was also convinced that he was a singer.
Love of mine, your life
released a video that wasn't archived in which he released the book he started writing during his first psychotic break in 2020 and then continued to write during his 40-day fast. Now, I'm not going to get into the minutia contained in this book due to a lot of it being totally just like unreadable, but we do have a few highlights here that I would like to point out. They're very jokery. Who do you want to truly be? Someone who's normal and suffering, or someone who's crazy and happy? If you ask yourself that question and look deep enough within, you'll start to realize that the urge to be normal is true insanity. You'll start to realize that people like me aren't the ones in psychosis. Humanity is. Truly, the guy who needs to take copious amounts of psychoactive substances every 2 hours is the one who's really happy. Go off king. Soon after this little tidbit, he starts criticizing society's perception of psychedelics and says that he has absolutely no idea what could have caused the negative PR it has. Again, an astounding lack of self-awareness. I cannot think of anyone who has done more negative PR for psychedelics than Connor Murphy. Even more ironic is that he immediately follows it up by saying that those substances need to be taken responsibly. But as we know, if anyone should have heard this advice, it was Connor. As far as what got him to go down this path in the first place, he credited music festivals and author Sam Harris, who advocated for psychedelic use under specific circumstances, among a few other pop philosophers like Eckhart Tolle. The thing about Sam Harris is, before he became known as an online intellectual, he was one of the leading figures of new atheism in the 2000s. And of course, Connor was very interested in that as well. In a passage he wrote about his early life, he said, "I was raised in a standard Catholic household. Religion stopped making sense to me at a very young age. From a young age, I was always a critical thinker. Somehow, I was just resistant to brainwashing. I didn't believe anyone or anything until I thought it through with logic. I don't know where this superpower came from, but it truly is a superpower. This open-mindedness is what allowed me to experience a spiritual awakening so early in life. But back then, it was the cause of a lot of suffering. I felt segregated from the rest of my community, and I had to hide this feeling for my entire childhood. How could I be the only one that thought this way? How could every single person I knew blindingly believe a story out of a book? I was frustrated by how arrogant religious people are. How do they know their way is the truth? And how can they be so discriminatory to people who don't think the same way as they do? I started to realize there's no way these people truly believe in their religion. There is no way a person can truly believe that in just a few decades, they'll spend the rest of eternity in heaven, yet still be so unhappy. It's impossible. I was right. Knowing what I know now, if you are truly free from the illusion of death, if you truly believe a part of you is eternal and lives after the body dies, it is 100% impossible to be unhappy. It just is. Now, if you just have faith, if you're only 95% sure of an afterlife, it's extremely possible to be unhappy. In fact, it's impossible to reach true happiness. I've always acknowledged that I'd rather be a blissful schizophrenic than a depressed realist PhD in neuroscience. The issue was, no matter what I did, I couldn't get myself to believe in the fantasy. My logical mind just wouldn't let me do it. It's quite interesting to see how Connor describes religious people as arrogant and immediately bridge it to claiming that none of them are capable of being happy. And only he, with his greater understanding and logical superpowers, can truly be happy. I mean, I don't know. He didn't seem too much of a jolly fellow when he was trying to uncover the H3H3 Keemstar CP conspiracy that he made up in his mind. The book closes with Connor expressing his frustration at the doctors and society in general, who expected him to live without the level of stimulation that he got from his drug-addled psychotic state. I think it became clear at this point for everyone that if you look past all of Connor's philosophical meandering, at heart, he's really just a drug addict. He wants to feel high forever, and despite how much he denies it, he is totally unhappy with the fact that people expect him to do anything besides getting high. As a matter of fact, he's unhappy whenever he isn't experiencing a high. Right around the same time that Connor got out of the psych ward, More Plates, More Dates made an update to this story, which happens to include another fitness creator, Leo and Longevity. Keep that name in mind, because it's definitely going to come up later. In the meantime, it was revealed that Connor had a Discord server for his closest followers. Because, yes, he somehow had some followers left, most of whom were as deranged as he was.
So, yesterday, when Connor Murphy was streaming, right, I was drinking my own divine protein shake. Okay? So many people might find that it's disgusting.
Immediately upon his return, Connor tried to get all of his followers to go to Leo Gura's forum and implicitly claimed that Leo was responsible for what had been happening to Connor. Leo quickly took action, banning any discussion of Connor and his antics to prevent any situation from developing. In better news, a little while after his return, despite him maintaining the R.I.P. Connor Murphy facade, he started golfing again, which is, at the very least, better than being alone in his apartment all day. During this period, he also became obsessed with framing his entire life as if it were a Hollywood production, which I suppose comes from the fact that his acting career had failed to launch. Another fixation that came with it was coming out as gay, for reasons I have yet to really figure out.
So, concurrently, I am sitting here about to play some songs for you guys, but you're gonna help me write a coming out as gay song. I am gonna come out as gay in a lyrical tune, and you are going to help me. Thank you. I am Jesus. I am the second coming of Jesus. Yes, that is very true. I'm the best golfer on the planet. I'm the best at everything, but I'm also the most unintelligent because everyone is in on it. So you see, I am just realizing that there has been a play going on called...
Fortunately, this time around, his mania was taking place within the safe confines of his father's supervision, which seemed to, at least in the short term, curb the super self-destructive aspects of his behavior. Kenny also eventually did another follow-up interview with Connor, which has some pretty interesting moments.
Hey Mike, what's your thoughts on Connor ingesting?
Oh, I think that's the most.
However tenuous this balance that they struck seemed, it was much better than what Connor had before. So, for a brief time, things looked slightly better, but that didn't mean that Connor wasn't being Connor.
So why am I making this video? One, because I'm the second coming of Jesus Christ, and I need you to listen to me. Please send this to all the news outlets that you can possibly think of. Drama Alert, Scarce, Philip DeFranco, and tell them that I am evil. Second of all, I'm doing a play for mental health awareness, and it's called Dear Evan Hansen. I'm playing off the play Dear Evan Hansen because reality is a play. It is God's play. Okay? You are God, looking through different windows.
His delusions continued to ramp up as he was convinced that he was banned from a golf tournament for being gay, and began telling people online that he had never taken ayahuasca and that it was all part of the play, in his own words. For whatever reason, these beliefs inspired him to read unedited passages of Huckleberry Finn that that contain the N-word and only those ones. It's at this point that he tried to turn his small following into a cult that recognized him as the second coming. But fortunately, it never came to fruition. After announcing himself as a new member of the Flat Earth community, his ability to string together a coherent sentence came and went, and within the following weeks, things grew increasingly bizarre once again. He was accused of multiple non-consensual interactions by a girl named Lauren, and these interactions actually became high profile enough that it was covered by Business Insider. According to the article, Lauren said that she took issue with Connor not wearing a condom and said he could have an STD, to which he replied, "I am God, it's impossible." The article also contains a screenshot of the DMs that she sent to Connor, demanding that he take their video down, claiming that he did, indeed, give her an STD, and reiterating that he had taken advantage of her. The author of the article also contacted the police in Lauren's area to confirm that she had indeed filed a report on Connor to ensure that this wasn't a publicity stunt, and indeed, a report had been filed. Lauren also claims that Connor had a fixation with engaging in intercourse with her while she slept, completely unprompted, which would also fall in the category of assault. Connor eventually responded to her in a now privated video, where he actually behaved normally for once, and showed that Lauren had signed a contract to do OnlyFans videos with him. There seems to be proof in his video that the activities that went on between them were indeed consensual.
Alright guys, so I'm here with my sister Morgan. So not only did this girl that I'm going to show you and have this conversation with accuse me of raping her, but she accused me of raping my sister in order to get back at me and try and turn my friends against me. So I would just, Morgan, did anything like that ever happen?
But despite how intense the situation was, it was only the beginning. He proceeded to record himself eating sand from a beach. He made a video of him kissing other guys on the lips, claimed to have gotten himself kicked out of his dad's house. He got adopted by another family and shaved his head completely bald, invaded a golf course in the middle of a tournament in the name of gay pride, got back together with a girl who got an article about him written accusing him of non-consensual activities, and then tried to make it out as if the accusations were all part of the play.
So anyway, we're going to try not to cut off the foreheads here. Anyway, I'm here with Lauren in San Diego. Say hi, Lauren. And what did I pull, Lauren? What did we pull? Can you say the word? Because I know it's your word.
Uno reverse card.
Uno reverse card. Yay. Anyway.
By the way, I should also mention that during this period, he was frequently alternating between his New Orleans accent, his impression of Stewie from Family Guy, and also Mickey Mouse.
Why, hello, I'm Mickey Mouse, and this is a family-friendly channel. Where is my sister? And this video
vowed to turn his following into his cult and personal army, he continued to claim to have a cult, specifically a cult primarily composed of Asian computer hackers. After this, he announced that he would be selling himself as a slave, and after that, he recorded himself eating his own excrement. And then he filmed himself engaging in intercourse with a latex doll with a picture of H3H3's wife, Ela Klein, on the head of the doll. When he finished, he ate what came out. He ate what came out. Okay, he ate it. He ate it. Now, it seems like he was doing these things partially because he was crazy, but also partially for attention. But when it didn't get him the attention he was really craving, he claimed that he had predicted an explosion that took place in December, and he then invited his cult to make a diss track on Leo Gura.
Leo Gura, Pinky and the brain. If I told you how I met your mother, you go more insane. Not conceding to reality, no biological birth, but Miss Gura begs to differ as she compliments my girth.
One of the patterns you may have noticed with Connor at this point is to gratuitously bring up other people with whom he had some kind of static or beef in the past to rile their community up by any means necessary, without any provocation. When that didn't work either, he made an Instagram post claiming that he had gotten Lauren, the same girl who had accused him of unconsensual interactions, pregnant. He followed this up by making a video with his parents, his real parents, where he claimed that Lauren had been adopted by them and was now his sister. There's so much downright nonsensical stuff from this period that it's barely worth covering as Connor continued to descend into insanity. In late 2021, he attempted a kind of revival by collaborating with another fitness YouTuber and bringing back his regular prank content. But whenever Connor did something new where he was seemingly sane for 1 second, everyone knew that it was just a matter of time before he had another meltdown. As the developments in his stories seemed to slow down, in May 2022, YouTuber SunnyV2 covered Connor, and in response, a few months later, Connor made a nearly 2-hour-long documentary about himself, framing it as if it were a real movie. In it, he claims that all of the time that he dedicated to fitness and bodybuilding was done with the explicit purpose of infiltrating that community and subverting it from the inside. Again, this is another one of his attempts to rewrite his own narrative to make it grander than it actually is. Despite all of this talk about ego death, he is obsessed with how he's perceived, and he's desperate to inject some kind of meaning into everything that's been happening since his first meltdown in 2020. The possibility that all of his enlightenment was just a grandiose waste of time was the one possibility that Connor consistently neglected. But right as the time was coming for yet another rehash of the same antics, something different happened. Just as Connor was preparing to move in with fellow fitness YouTuber Tony Huge in Thailand to do ladyboy content, the other person who was living with Tony, the aforementioned Leo and Longevity, suddenly passed away. According to the women who found Leo's body and fitness YouTuber John Bravo, who covered Leo's passing in depth, Leo hadn't interacted with anyone for a while prior to his untimely passing, and the cause of his death was mysterious. While it wasn't obvious someone else was responsible for what happened to him, it was also unlikely that he took his own life, as he had a wife and 2 kids at the time of his death. Additionally, there was some bruising on his body that could have indicated some kind of struggle. While Tony lived in the same house as Leo, he was allegedly away for the time being as he was recording content with Connor, so he didn't find out until after the fact. When an autopsy was conducted by Thai officials, the results were kept from the public, and the possibility of foul play wasn't ruled out, which spurred on a lot of speculation and rumors. The police found that the doorknob from the inside of the bathroom Leo's body was found in had been forcefully pulled out of the door, which would be pretty consistent if Leo had been locked in from the outside. The place he was living was also in a general state of disrepair, with things strewn all over the place. But upon searching it carefully, police found steroids, weed, antidepressants, and sleeping pills. Even more concerning is that just a few days prior to his passing, he posted an Instagram story where he expressed a wish to move to another country. Eventually, the authorities did release the pre-autopsy report that listed the cause of death as murder. After Leo's passing, whenever Tony Huge returned to the city of Pattaya, he claimed that there were people following him whom he referred to as stalkers. In an interview that Tony gave to John Bravo over a year after Leo's passing, he alleged that Leo had gotten involved with a woman and assaulted her. Because of the circumstances of Leo's death, people were already pretty suspicious of Tony for quite some time, but this interview invited even more negative attention. In the comments, people pointed out that Tony's story changed many times, with one of the strangest aspects being that he was there to hear Leo assaulting this woman, but despite literally hearing her scream for help, he did nothing to stop it and didn't tell anyone about it after the fact.
She was screaming and he was trying to choke her to
stop her from screaming. And it just made her scream more. So that's what his argument was. I mean, she wasn't drunk, but maybe she's crazy, you know? So I don't think she's crazy. I just think she'd never been in this situation before. I think she was just freaked out because she'd never been with like a more masculine, aggressive guy. And I'm not I haven't said anything about like whether what I think is bad or good.
Yeah.
But I will say that the way Leo was with women works.
Either he's lying here to besmirch Leo and suggest that what happened to him came as a consequence of what he supposedly did to this woman, or this did happen, and Tony thinks that that kind of situation is normal.
This is some kind of the red pill stuff that I wanted him to talk about more, because although I never saw it go to that extreme, I did see a lot of it, and it was interesting because in my situation, I'm the one being abused by the women, and Leo said it's because I'm not
because you're too
using
easy.
my
Yeah, you're too
power to keep them in check.
You're too easy going.
And so he's keeping the women in check, and I'm not keeping them. And which one's better? What, like his way is the Muslim way, or whatever the Middle Eastern thing is what he says.
Neither option is really good, and regardless of which is true, Connor didn't really heed this as any kind of good warning sign, and instead he moved in with Tony in Thailand, meaning he was walking into a pretty dangerous situation, and that, combined with his proclivity to crash out due to substance abuse, was definitely not a good combination. While it is true that the year 2022 was relatively uneventful compared to previous years, it was full of more milestones in Connor's decline, as he continually steeped himself deeper in pretty much just not safe for work content, eventually outright filming an entire video with a ladyboy, none of which I want to see or would even show you if I could for obvious reasons. He also boldly got back on steroids and did a little bit of right-wing bait content.
Toxic masculinity, the phrase that ruined my life. As feminist propaganda percolated through Western society, the masculine identity I had created seemed no longer welcome.
I actually identify as a woman.
I should mention that this bait content was particularly malicious since in these videos where he's doing kind of a conservative YouTuber act, he seems to be specifically imitating Leo in longevity, which was taken by some as him and Tony purposely mocking Leo after his passing. Additionally, in his Not Safe for Work video with a ladyboy, he reenacted Leo's death.
Basically, he was having sex with a man, not going to say the word on here, a man that looks like a woman. And while they were having sex, something happened. That man, who looks like the woman, knocked him out, and he was wearing a black shirt, the same as when Leo died, when he's knocked down with no pants on the floor, and it looked like the bathroom scene when Leo's body was found.
Pairing this with how quickly Connor moved into Leo's room after his passing, and how many believe that Tony is somehow implicated, this makes an extremely morbid picture. In 2023, Connor created a new YouTube channel, although the content was still the same, with most of it being Connor repeatedly rehashing his own story and occasionally attempting to respond to the people who made videos about him. Ultimately, this is the kind of content he has reduced himself to releasing. For someone who pontificated so much about being free and not following people's expectations, he seems to have mentally locked himself in to endlessly reliving his 2020 meltdown and then reacting to how other people reacted to it. Because of it, he keeps doing the same thing over and over again, year after year, expecting something to change. It is the definition of insanity.
And I thought it would be fit to end it all in the same setting from which I began this crazy chapter of my social media content. And there's a reason why I'm saying goodbye to you all exclusively.
What he doesn't seem to realize is that when people feel compelled to relive a situation that happened in their life, it's usually because they suffered some kind of trauma that they haven't yet understood. Like I said before, he needs to believe that he's happy and that he didn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, he has to confront the possibility that he threw 5 years of his life and countless opportunities down the drain, which is a pretty grim prospect for a 30-year-old man to consider. And this inability to self-reflect leads him to his episodes, each worse than the last. On May 1st, 2024, a Thai news outlet published an article reporting that Connor had hit his girlfriend with a golf club, claiming that it was for content creation. According to the people who called the incident into the police, Connor was screaming incoherently and destroying household items, and when the cops got there, he locked himself in the bathroom. The fact that Connor assaulted his Thai girlfriend and proceeded to lock himself in the bathroom is something that a lot of people feel is reminiscent of the speculations around Leo and longevity story, which just makes the entire thing really, really ominous. Eventually, audio of Connor screaming during the incident was released, and it's just as funny as it is haunting. Recordings of the state Connor left the house in show that the entire place was absolutely trashed and that there was blood all over the place. And it turns out he wasn't just living with his girlfriend, but also her 16-year-old sister. This in and of itself adds an entire other dimension of questionability to the entire situation, since in the best case scenario, this teenage girl had to witness her sister get pummeled with a golf club. Despite his claims that all of this was for content and no one actually got hurt, Connor got a massive gash on his body from, according to the article, being cut with a large piece of glass. Around a month after the incident, he ended up posting a short video in which he suggested that the gash was the result of an attack from his girlfriend, although this isn't confirmed.
Meet Lucy, a realistic blue avatar style sex doll. So, why did we invite Lucy into our humble abode? Well, in an attempt to mitigate Fairy's jealousy. See, Fairy patently appears as the cutest human being in existence. But when jealousy strikes, she makes a hulkish transformation into a chaotic demon, the consequences of which can be quite dire. But I forgive her. I understand her biologically hardwired predilection.
When Tony Huge commented on the situation, he seemingly supported Connor, at least insofar as he strongly suggested that all of it was staged and somehow an act. Based on the involvement of Thailand's law enforcement, which, by the way, has the death penalty, I strongly doubt that they were all playing along and being puppeted by Connor's mastermind plans. Somehow, Connor didn't get locked up for a long time as a consequence, but ever since this incident, he hasn't made any major uploads to his channel, only occasionally uploading a YouTube short. Although he did regain his physique, the same cannot be said for his sanity. I assume he is still making some money though, through all of the affiliate links packed into every one of his videos' descriptions, and all of the supplements that he's promoting on his Instagram account. His latest scheme, which appears to be operating in tandem with Tony Huge's online presence, is promoting what he calls the Natty Plus protocol. Based on what Connor says, his intention is to essentially abolish the concept of a bodybuilder being natural or not being natural, suggesting that even common supplements like creatine are also unnatural. This, most likely, is just one gigantic, overextended cope about his continued use of steroids. However profitable this thing may be, I honestly have no idea if it makes him enough money to maintain his lifestyle, even if he stays in Thailand, which is significantly cheaper than living in the US. This is an angle that hasn't been mentioned by anyone I've seen, but given how lavish his life was in the United States, and given how little success his channel had, it's quite possible that his permanent move to Thailand had something to do with that. Then again, that still doesn't answer the question of how he's making any money to sustain himself and his physique in Thailand. But honestly, I'm not even sure I want to know. Despite now mostly focusing on fitness-related content, he's still a shadow of his former self. And even worse, he has no one to blame for this but himself. Not his parents, not his bullies from school, and not even ayahuasca. Every step of the way, Connor Murphy chose to satisfy himself. He chased a physique for vanity because he wanted to be seen as someone that he wasn't. He chased spirituality for pride because he wanted the world to acknowledge how enlightened he was. He chased clout to the point of making grave accusations about innocent people because the prospect of no longer getting attention terrified him. All of this happened because in his effort to deceive others about who he was, he also deceived himself. It's likely that he is, indeed, convinced that he's an enlightened messiah figure and that the people who cover his pathetic fall from grace are like the people who hated Jesus. However, I don't remember the part in the Bible where Jesus exiled himself to Thailand and spent the rest of his days injecting himself with backwater steroids and banging ladyboys on camera. And that is the story of Connor Murphy. Not a god, just a guy. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Faltering. The hell happened? You all right, dog? You're joining the military. Oh shit. Hey man, do what you need to do. What exactly are you trying to do, though? Yeah. Oh, and you'll be straight. No, he's gonna say you're DEI, so you're not gonna get any money, dog. Didn't. Didn't he cut veteran? Yeah, I think he cut a lot of veteran shit too. So, but hey, by the time you retire, we'll have a new president. You'll be straight. Yeah, yeah, a lot of veteran shit got cut for some reason. Fight for our country, and he says fuck you. You, you smoking a little bit, dog. Yeah, he did that shit. You know, hopefully you're not on Medicare either, because he's trying to cut that for some reason. All the poor people that was supporting him. Whew. Understandable. But yeah, man, I mean, as long as you're getting yourself into a career, that's just good. Well, he looked at the pay and the training and stuff like that. Yeah. Dang. Yeah, you might want to stay off that, brother. Go ahead, man. Give it to that nigga as a early birthday present or something. I don't even know when that nigga's birthday is, but yeah, you're right. I'm probably never coming back. Son of God is not returning. If I Dude, I gotta start over the story and really pay attention because I got bored quick, especially with those fetch quests. Oh, come on, dude. I'm trying to go to a dungeon. The dungeons were fire though. They were so fire. Yeah, man, but it was fun as shit. I can play on my Xbox now, so that's a plus. But yeah, probably not returning, but there's a chance. Dude, I'm not into MMOs like that. When I was, that was like a long time ago. I was playing shit like Elder Scrolls Online, like that DC shit. But I was like a kid still, dude. It was some heat though. That was some heat. Elder Scrolls Online. It was either that or Overwatch, and those two games burnt me out of some game genres because I was just playing the fuck out of them. I don't think they need another Overwatch think piece, especially for me. I was really thinking about Overwatch. Marvel Rivals took their spot, and they're doing well. Oh, Marvel Rivals. I love freaking Overwatch and it does. Very good reason. Yeah. Well, oh yeah, I forgot about that freaking weird shit. Yeah, that was a bad time for Blizzard.
Diss tracks, roasts,
Yeah,
clout,
you're right.
irrelevant.
You're right.
Words that likely come to mind when you hear the name Rice Gum, the online alias of Brian Quang Lee. From 2016 to 2019, Rice was one of the most popular people on YouTube. His blown out, oversaturated thumbnails could be seen across the site's homepage time and time again. Some of his songs have tens of millions of plays on Spotify, and on YouTube, their respective music videos reach more than 100 million hits. But it feels like we never hear about Rice Gum anymore. The last time he was in the news at all was when he was caught participating in the Save the Kids crypto scam alongside FaZe K and Sam Pepper. So how did one of the most
that's
popular roast
how
channels
these
on YouTube,
motherfuckers act
someone who was
sometimes.
integral to so much drama over the course of his career and was absolutely mobbed when he was spotted at VidCon by his young fan base, managed to be totally forgotten about in just a matter of a few years? Well, today,
Talk
we'll
about
find
these
out.
freaking companies. There's always some weird shit going on. especially when it comes to women.
You can call me Brian, that's my real name, you know. So you guys are, my subscribers. I'm 15, I live in Vegas, I like to play COD, I've been playing for 2 years. If you're here for tips and a good gameplay, I can't provide that, but if you're here
I gotta read those documents before I give a good take on what I even think about that. It just seems like she's a girl with mental health issues that DDG shouldn't have got pregnant.
Call of Duty trolling videos. By the 13th
At
of
least
March,
at the moment.
he already had 2,000 subscribers and was signed to Machinima, a multi-channel network which at the time was known for signing any gaming channel it could get its hands on. At the time, he was attempting to make it big by posting videos like Trolling Gay Black Guy and Angry Black Man Cries on Black Ops 2. Fueling tensions between the Asian and black communities, it seemed he was trying to mimic other popular channels from the time like Burnsy or Minnesota Burns, who created
I'm not
their own
calling her
YouTube empires
crazy.
through the style of video. The premise was
I
simple.
never said she was
You join
crazy.
a
I
lobby,
said
turn on
she
your
was
mic,
dealing with
and
mental
attempt
illness.
by any means possible to make whoever is in the lobby with you
It's not
freak
taking
out.
a shot
You
at a
could do
woman
this
for
by
noticing
repeatedly
that.
killing them,
Just the
playing
truth.
poorly on purpose, or just trash
And he
talking them
shouldn't
so
have gotten
severely
pregnant.
as to elicit
And he
a
shouldn't have
mental
stayed with
breakdown.
her
And then you
if
take that recording,
all this
edit it a
happened.
little bit with some funny memes and MLG
If
edits,
this,
post it to
if
YouTube,
this is the,
and boom, you're famous.
dude, hold
One
on.
of his videos from
If
this
this
time
is
even
the
had
extreme,
Minnesota Burns style in the title,
if this
clearly
is the
showing
extreme they
inspiration he
went
took
to,
from the then king of COD
the
trolling.
relationship
However,
should have been
despite
cut
some
off,
initial success,
especially if
it
he's
appears
not
these videos
equipped to
didn't get
even
him anywhere in
deal
the
with
long
it,
run,
which it
and
seems
he
like
has
he
since
wasn't.
hidden most of them on
Because
his
you can
channel,
see a
as the
bunch of
Call of Duty
messages
trolling
she's
trend
giving,
died,
she's
and
sending,
trolling videos in general
and he's
started
not saying
declining in
nothing. So
popularity.
that
Rice
that
began
was crazy.
experimenting with other forms of
She's
gaming
losing her
content.
mind, and
By
he
this
ain't saying
time, he
shit.
was also streaming on Twitch, which he just posted clips of to his YouTube channel.
Both
as
of them
highlight
should have
reels.
exited
He would play COD on stream, join Omegles,
immediately.
talk to random people, and interview models and porn stars.
Wait, what are you talking about?
So you know those messages you sent me saying that it was only streamed once and that it was not recorded and no one else would get it?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I've been sitting here watching your stream
Oh, no,
for
no.
like an hour, and you replayed it.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
No. I don't want to hear it.
No, I saved
Off.
it.
Off.
No,
You are sincerely a piece of shit.
What did I do? I'm so confused. I showed the clip because you.
Yeah, you're so confused. No, you can go fuck yourself. I'm done.
One early success from these streaming videos was an interview he did with Mia Khalifa, a former adult film actress who has since announced a role in the industry and been highly critical of the content overall. Rice decided to title his video with her, Mia Khalifa Comes on Stream.
Do you see my chat?
Oh my god, I can't even read that fast.
Yeah, they're just like happy, dude. They're just like happy to see you.
I'm not gonna twerk.
Yeah, don't twerk. That's bad.
So by this point, Brian already had 25,000 subscribers, and he was seeing some decent success for someone who was only 2 years into his career. So, considering how frequently he experimented with new formats, it was clear that he would need to keep throwing things at the wall until something really stuck and his channel could finally blow up. During this adaptive period, he explored genres such as vlogging and room tour videos, while attempting to solidify a bigger fan base.
During the summer, I'm gonna be on that grizzly grind, and I'm about to start sleeping here.
All right.
And as we turn over here, here's my couch. You know, I like to sit here sometimes, hang out, and watch TV.
His streams were getting decent views, sure, but he was hardly one of the most successful on the platform. So he decided to take part in a format many at the time were also dipping their toes into: commentary. At the time, channels like Leafy is Here, Pyrocynical, and Notebookers were starting to see significant success for making fun of cringy individuals online. From annoying kids to furries, everyone was fair game to be mocked over unrelated gameplay
Alright, dog.
footage.
I'm about to eat my
Videos
food.
themselves were
I'll
inherently
talk to you later.
reminiscent of Call of Duty commentaries from the early 2010s, which were just people telling stories or ranting over COD Modern Warfare footage. Rice, seeing a clear
I was
trend
cooking
forming,
food
decided to
while
take
we were
part and
talking.
started posting Fallout videos himself. By October of 2015, he was calling out family channels and Prank Invasion for staging their ridiculous videos, both of which were pretty popular targets at the time.
Cooking your pizza.
You can see all of his videos say kiss and prank, right? So he's known for.
I didn't cook any pizza.
Bro, this food gets a lot of views, a ton of views. So we're gonna
Some
click on
teriyaki
one,
chicken.
watch it together, so we'll do yogurt
You got me some fries.
Basically just started
Yeah.
off his intros like, yo, what's up, man?
By calling out channels that were far more popular than his own, Ryan was able to rank in search results and get more eyes on his videos. It's a classic tale. If you want to get popular, interact with those way more popular than you. But, much like Leafy, it wouldn't be videos criticizing other popular channels that put Ryan into the stratosphere. Instead, it would be criticizing and making fun of children. most of which were completely irrelevant themselves. While Leafy's first viral series was Kids That DDoS.
Hey, what's up, guys? Today we're going to be talking about DDoSing. And give me a sec, I gotta hit this guy off in my Skype call. He's been being a prick today. And give me a sec. This is what you get for rating me on Minecraft. And 600 seconds.
Rice Gum would begin experimenting with the series known as These Kids Must Be Stopped. On December 8th of 2015, he uploaded the first installment. The video addresses musical.ly, usually called Musical.ly, a now defunct social media app created a year prior which focused on music, encouraging users to dance or lip-sync popular songs. An interesting tidbit about Musical.ly is that its technology was later recycled to create TikTok, now the most popular app in the world across every platform. Rice complains that the majority of its users were very young and questioned if their parents were aware of what their offspring were up to on the internet. The first video he reviews is from a then 13-year-old Jacob Sartorius, pointing out the fact that he's lip-syncing a song about drunk texting while being well below the legal age to drink.
I don't know if you guys heard it.
What the Alright, bro. Anyway.
I did some research. This fool is 13. He'll be drunk texting. I didn't even text at the age
Man,
of 13.
shut your weak ass the fuck up, man. Be quiet.
By drunk texting. I mean, yeah.
Should have blown your fucking head off, sir. That's what I should have done.
Trying to make some good videos.
Your head should be clean chopped off right now.
Though, drunk texting,
That's what you deserve.
There's so many songs to pick from. Like, you can do, hey, I just met you. You know what I mean? Just like, call me maybe. You know, just all these nice, happy songs. But this fool decides to do drunk texting. Seriously.
In the rest of the video, he would express a similar sentiment, being concerned over the fact that his kids
Sayonara,
were so
nigga.
young, yet dancing to songs with over-the-top raunchy lyrics about drug use, masturbation, and other kind of out-there topics for kids.
Oh shit, whoops.
What? Did she just say that she's about to play with her puppy? Well, yeah,
Oopsie.
once again, you
That's
did
my
some
fault.
research. She just turned 13, and she's playing with her puppy. What? Dude, does her mother know that she just said this? Alright, so when I was 13, dude, it was like Transformers, G.I. Joe,
Brother, I
Hot
don't
Wheels.
give a flying fuck what you talking about.
It was a
Damn.
fairly simple format. Rice opened with a short intro, then spent the next 8 minutes watching a few videos before finishing
Lord
with a parody of the
have
videos he just
mercy.
watched. Looking back, it's actually surprising it performed so well. Quality standards for content were more bottom of the barrel back then, but that's kind of the magic of it. He didn't have to be the most
Limsa
amazing
fucking
video creator in
Lamesa.
the world. He could just be kind of funny and share it with
His
his
name
audience,
is
and they found it
Frixio?
relatable, and they latched onto
Who?
that. This would come to be Rice's defining
Alright,
style
bro.
of content for the next
Yeah,
2
bro, you got
years. Funnily enough,
Frick
in the
show
first
was
few moments
crazy.
of the
Oh
video,
my
I think
God,
his
it's
audience
Kai
was
Cenat.
900 comments he had gotten on the last one. This video, however, he would go on to receive
Other
more
one
than
went into
100,000 comments as a result of the cumulative 15 million views it
What
got
you
on
just said?
YouTube alone. A few videos later,
Say it again in
he would
English,
thank his audience
please.
for 50,000 subscribers.
I want the
and he was just getting started.
I want the
His next upload would be titled "This Girl Must Be Stopped," posting one day before Christmas 2015. It featured Rice to a girl named Uma Compton, someone who had received a decent amount of attention for her unorthodox appearance and tweets. The account would post shocking tweets like, "My husband is playing a new Pokemon game called Grinder. He's about to catch a Dom Top and has to go out for an hour. Jesse J wanna be me so bad. Found these essential oils in my husband's gym bag. Smells weird. You know my pussy looked like Hiroshima after my man wrecked it." The running
What?
jokes of her online presence included accusing celebrities that had no idea she existed of stealing her style, her exotic escapades in detail, and her husband secretly being gay. She was the ideal target for any commentary channel. She also had a music career that was riddled with absolutely unhinged lyrics. Her song, By the River, featured the lines,
damn it, he
"Down by
used
the
the-
river, boy,
Alright,
I'm
bro.
waiting on you. He needs eaten. Beat it black and blue. Hold me in your arms. This love is true. Nothing else matters when I'm fingered by you." Seeing the potential for a hilarious video, Rice reacted to her account on his channel.
What the What is wrong with this girl? I was actually thinking about it, and I think this is actually kind of cool. Like, nowadays, girls don't even show off their man and brag about them. And, you know, she's just, I love, like, if my girlfriend ever did this, I would honestly be so happy because she cares about me and stuff like that. So, perfectly fine. And let's just look at this guy's face, man. Like, he's just like, yup, I'm that lucky guy that gets to coconut head every night.
I literally went through her whole Twitter and I think I caught AIDS. Like, she literally cannot spell for
I think.
coconut boy.
He said, I think I caught
incest
AIDS.
bitch. Confidence.
The Uma account was later
Why
exposed by
did he
media
do- why did
outlets,
he say
as well
that?
as the YouTuber Wavy Webster, for being a troll account, utilizing someone
Oh,
else's
it's just
photos
right
to
here.
create an identity for this strange
I thought
brand
it
of
was
tweets
much
and music.
further. Sorry.
However, to Rice, Uma Compton was nothing more than an
Oh.
opportunity. By January, he had grown to 80,000 subscribers, and his growth was only
Oh,
snowballing.
okay,
The
sure.
YouTube algorithm had finally blessed him with the success he wanted all along. With a healthy mix of childish roasts and
Rather-
being in the right place at the right time, Rice's channel would grow by
Rather than,
tens
I
of
don't-
thousands
who the
every
fuck are you?
month. On January 12th, he hit 100,000 subscribers, and just 2 weeks later, 200. One of the young girls he had made fun of in the first These Kids Must Be Stopped video was Lauren Gray, an up-and-coming Musical.ly star. Lauren, having seen the video, decided to respond to Rice, prompting him to then respond himself in the video,
Would be
Lauren
man to
Gray
me.
Must Be Stopped. Rice, at 20 years old, was now making a career off of having drama with middle schoolers.
All this guy does is
Yep.
he watches a pool and he literally
W middle schooler.
like
Wait.
he'll be like, did she just say, okay, yes, bitch, I did. What's the issue? What's the
Whoa. Did she just say, yes, bitch, I did? Did she just say that all I said was what they said, but like I said?
I did say it. What's wrong with that?
It's an easy thing to make fun of him for, but honestly, with how unbelievably rewarding it was to make fun of kids at that point in time, most people would have no problem with getting on a UFC undercard with a 10-year-old for that ludicrous AdSense. By this point, Rice was a full-time YouTuber, and his audience continued to grow. He went on to make videos about random kids who called him out in their own YouTube videos, picking on Jacob Sartorius time and time again. Taylor Caniff, Hunter Rowland, and any young wannabe pop star or e-celeb was his bread and butter. It's speculated that the majority of his audience at this time was actually children themselves who like to see their cringy peers made fun of online. When Jacob Sartorius released his infamous single, Sweatshirt, Rice joined forces with Leafy to tackle him.
You look good.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you heard Jacob's new song yet?
I actually haven't seen it yet.
Well, go listen to it right now. It's a banger.
Sounds good. I'll be back at 5.
To many viewers, Rice felt like their older brother who they instantly recognized as a voice of authority, as hard as that might be to believe. In combination with his bombastic, oversaturated thumbnails, which either featured some kid he was about to roast or an attractive girl posing provocatively, he had stumbled across a foolproof formula for success. In October, Zoe Berger would be his next target, a prototype of what we currently refer to as e-girls. Zoe would bait commentary channels into roasting her by intentionally being provocative on stream, but once they had noticed her, she would make frequent response videos, riling them up by showing off her cleavage and purposely saying idiotic things. This allowed people like Rice to have a back-and-forth beef with her for his audience to enjoy. Despite it being frivolous and obviously manufactured drama on both sides, the fans kept eating it up, so they kept cranking it out. To their credit, it definitely worked. Rice also made a habit of collaborating with other big names from this era, such as FaZe Clan and KSI. He even partook in videos with YouTube veterans like Ryan Higa.
I dare you to put yogurt on your milk.
Let's go look in the fridge. So we don't have yogurt, so we're gonna use this.
Jesus, what is that? The season is soybean paste.
We're gonna be a stylist for today. Like salsa. That's the gel.
Everybody gets some.
To keep the momentum going, he made sure to stay on top of trends. For example, when the 1,000-degree knife videos went viral, he made a parody where the thumbnail implies that he had cut off his own.
I came to
Jesus.
Walmart to buy a knife, and I look over there, and there's like a trampoline. I kind of want to buy it. Alright, so I just built the trampoline. I've always wanted one. Like, honestly, that's a belt here. Oh!
At every opportunity, he was upping the intensity of the drama and thumbnails in order to keep his audience interested. It was also during this time he posted his first diss tracks, which many may have forgot were completely ironic parody videos to begin with. He would include rap songs in his videos, making fun of kids like Jacob Sartorius or Hunter Rowland with purposely low-effort lyrics, and part of the joke was that they were terrible.
All your friends are 10, they don't know what they are doing. Rolling up your sleeves, boy, you was looking stupid. You tried to pick that girl up, but you couldn't do it. I'm still trying to think that I can't find your talent. You know you can't sing and that you suck at rapping. Try and lick your lip cause you need some chapstick. You tried to
can't pretend it's high art, and I doubt he would try to claim it as either. His channel was mental junk food, and it never tried to be anything more, at least up until this point. Little did anyone know that Rice's channel was about to enter a new era, one where Rice became a part of LA celebrity culture itself, and would be involved in countless conflicts with other famous e-celebs. Just as the commentary community and Rice's channel were blowing up, another community would be shelved by the platform that made them popular in the first place. Vine was a video sharing platform that was launched in 2013, featuring short-form content. The main idea was to see how much effort you could fit into a 6-second video, as that was the max length that Vine allowed. This is something we take for granted today with TikTok, but Vine was the app to pave the way for such a format. And many creators who are popular today, like Peter Gooden for example, are people that got started on Vine.
Road worker. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Unfortunately for the website, it had a lot of competition, with platforms like Instagram Video allowing for up to 15 seconds of content. And with the backing of Facebook, it had a lot of support and momentum behind it. So why use Vine when all of its features were already on Instagram? This was a thought on a lot of people's minds. So by mid-2016, Vine was struggling with a massive amount of users moving to other platforms. In October, its parent company Twitter decided to cancel the project, forcing those who still remained to seek refuge elsewhere for their content. This meant that other, more popular video sharing sites, namely YouTube, now had an influx of content creators from Vine with pre-existing fan bases, and were ready to take the website by storm. Case in point, Jake and Logan Paul. Jake and Logan were two wealthy vloggers who found instant success on YouTube. The lifestyle they showcased of speeding around Los Angeles in expensive supercars, living in mansions with their friends, dating models, being nuisances in public, and all at 18 and 19 years old respectively, immediately became the talk of the town. On one hand, their success was undeniable. It's Everyday Bro was an instant hit among anyone between 10 and 18 years old. On the other hand, slightly older viewers had nothing but contempt for Team 10. Jake Paul became the main subject of content for H3H3 Productions, and Ethan and Hila posted video after video criticizing him for everything from his demeanor as an arrogant douchebag to the fact that he would frequently be a disturbance to the public, climbing on top of news vans and filming pranks on unsuspecting civilians.
I always put my merch in my bio. Please buy it today.
While Jake was making millions off of Google AdSense and his merchandise, commentary channels were making a salary off of just calling him out. By this point, Rice was one of, if not the most popular roast channel on the platform, with more than 5 million subscribers, far surpassing his peers such as Leafy and H3. This put Rice in a position where he basically had to pitch in on the Paul hate bandwagon. And pitch in he did. On June 1st, 2017, Rice uploaded, reacting to Jake Paul's song with his ex-girlfriend, Alyssa Violet. Now, Rice's commentary and criticisms were never stellar, and this video was no exception. But, unlike H3, he actually respected many of the video's cringy elements. While Ethan found the flexing embarrassing, Rice had nothing but admiration for it. He even seemed a bit insecure about the fact that Jake's channel had grown faster than his.
Did you just sit past all the competition, PewDiePie and Meg, casting all these checks, and he showed his raw, like he's flexing, like, damn, she's living large now, got the Lambo. It's pretty dope. It's a good song, okay.
This video would also feature a cameo from Melissa, as well as members of FaZe Clan like Banks and Kay, showing the fact that Brian had made a lot of connections in the YouTube industry. This video accumulated 28 million views, and Brian knew he had to keep going. Shortly after this, he would post a diss track in the classic Rice style along with Alyssa, and you know what, it did okay in views. However, the video's spiritual successor would become the most popular thing Rice Gum ever did. It's Every Night Sis. At 2.5 minutes, it's a pretty short song, and as the title suggests, it's a parody of the original by Jake. That being said, many of the same tactics and motifs Jake employed are present, such as the showing off of his mansion, hanging out in a club, flexing a yellow Lambo, and rapping with hilariously bad lyrics. Got a beach that remind me of my cereal from Britain. When I see her, I'm like, cheerio. Yeah, Alyssa called asking me if we could win against Jake Paul. What? I said, we Gucci like the shirts with the snakes on it. I just heard the song, Team 10, Now I Hate Y'all. Logan will be your last hit like an 8-ball. They wrap up this poetic magnum opus by encouraging their fans to download the song and stream it repeatedly to make it chart higher than Jake's. While they fell short of that stretch goal, it did do extremely well, as the song eventually went platinum, if you can believe it. Today, it has nearly 200 million views on YouTube. These are accolades that real musicians would respect, and the song, It's Every Night Sis, could be considered a hit by any industry standard. For these tracks to reach the top off of Childish
a major accomplishment for both Jake and Rice. And that brings us to the next development in not only Rice's story, but his identity. Previously, Brian had been relatable to his audience and came across like an average Joe. He wore normal clothing, lived in a regular house, and shared the same middle-class lifestyle as his fans. But now, Rice was a millionaire living in a mansion in LA, spending his days making content with his other millionaire friends. It was a jarring adjustment for his audience, to say the least. And while initially his rap songs were clearly parodies, the satire was now lost on viewers, since Rice was unironically flexing his wealth in the same way someone like Jake would. Around the same time, he posted videos just to show off his Range Rover and new house. He had reduced himself to little more than a mainstream e-celebrity, constantly flexing his newfound wealth.
Obviously, in a couple months, I'm gonna get an exotic fast car, but I just don't want my first car to be a nice sports car, because if I crash it, you know, that's gonna be very painful, and insurance is gonna go up, and I'm gonna lose all my money, but just give me some time. I know this car sucks, but like, I'm only 19, alright? I don't know why YouTubers make it seem like it's such a big deal when it comes to their car. Like, it's a big reveal. My first car is like a big deal. But like, I just need to get from point A to point B, man. I sit here and deal out like this TV came with the roof, so I'm gonna get this taken off. I don't really use it. Who watches TV anymore? If I'm ever working too hard, I'm just like, man, you know what? I need a little break. So I just come out here. I'm like, you know what? I have a little balcony, and look at this amazing view. Like, it's just so good.
While his old audience felt conflicted about the changes, he was also seeing more success than ever before. Every other month, he was hitting the next million subscriber milestone. And it's not like he ever stopped posting the content that made him famous in the first place. He was still making fun of kids whenever the opportunity presented itself, which at this point, some people had finally become critical of.
Before I talk about this, I need to acknowledge the fact that, you know, this is what we do on every play. We talk about other people as well. And we never made a video about him. You know why? Because we're not fucking assholes.
But that didn't stop Rice Gum. He was unfazed by all of the call-outs against him by other commentary channels. His videos, however, would increasingly focus on other famous YouTubers. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Roman Atwood, and Tanner Fox were basically every title and thumbnail of his for months and months. Roasting YouTubers, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Roman Atwood, and more. I'm Sorry Logan Paul and Roman Atwood, emotional. Reacting to Jake Paul's new song, Jerica, featuring Erica Costell. Team 10 roasted me, now I'm mad. Jake Paul trolled my fans at Team 10 House.
Yo, come the fuck
Rice
on,
was
man.
collaborating with them
Stop.
whenever he could and making millions doing it. He seemed unstoppable. Yet, with his huge growth, a certain reputation followed it. Rice had been through a number of beefs in the past with the kids he had made fun of, but he was relatively disconnected from them at the time, only dropping a response video here and there, with the drama being played up by both sides. He even infamously faked a fight with BoosieTube to bait drama channels like Scarce and Keemstar.
Bro, come on.
They literally planned the whole ordeal in advance, as Boosie admitted in a video on his channel later on.
Face ass.
But after so many arguments
Stupid,
and contentions
bro.
had
Come
been
on,
played up
Juicy,
for content,
yo.
Ryan finally got into a real fight. Gabby Hanna, she's got 5 million subscribers, is a former
Not
fighter,
Gabby,
and in 2017
bro.
was at the peak of her relevancy online. The year prior, Rice had made a video about her after he felt she had subtweeted him with some petty insults.
What she's trying to say is, you know, Rice Gum, your channel may fall in the category as I don't respect you, but that tweet wasn't about you. Damn it, guys, it's pretty clear that the Gabby Show does respect the channel.
In March, the two attended the same party in LA and ended up running into each other. As documented on Gabby's Snapchat stories, while Rice was sitting on a couch, she walked up to him and challenged him to a rap battle, all while holding the camera and recording everything. During the clips, she also made fun of him for hiring a ghostwriter on his tracks.
Yo, that nigga, bro.
After what seemed like a friendly interaction, her very next Snapchat elaborated that Rice had hit her and shattered her phone. She then left to go on a balcony and film some Snapchat stories about it for her followers. This quickly became a big story, with the private beef of two massive YouTubers going public, especially with the allegation that Rice had hit her, which, if true, could qualify as assaults. She would also film her leg, claiming that was where Rice had hit her. and showing what some people thought looked like bruises. Within hours, the story was on Drama Alert, receiving mixed reactions from the audience. You can't hit women. Keemstar. Correction. You can't hit anyone if they haven't physically harmed you. Like Gabby also said on Snapchat, it's not about how a man treats a woman. It's about how a person treats a person. Ricegum had no right to do that to a person who made a little joke, especially considering he disses people on the internet every day. He shouldn't resort to violence over something that little. Think about it. There were hundreds of YouTubers and social media influencers in a room together. Clearly, they all agree to this and are making the biggest publicity stunts to date. If not, then damn, I would have paid to watch this fight. If he hit her in the middle of a party, like she said, wouldn't there be plenty of witnesses? Directly after the story, Rice tweeted his opinion, saying, "We're talking about a person who has built a career off over-exaggerating and lying about stories for money. This is exactly what she wants. This girl and all this fake shit. Ask anyone at that party. Video up later today, lol." This was indeed followed up by a video where he attempted to debunk the allegations, a necessary step considering a number of people were advocating for his arrest, as well as claiming that he beats women. Rice's story is that she approached him unprovoked and started filming him, and he repeatedly asked her to stop and not post the videos to her story. She continued filming, and after asking her a few more times to stop to no avail, he grabbed the phone out of her hand and smashed it on the ground. Rice claims that he never hit her or did anything that could qualify as assault, but that he did destroy her phone.
Did I see him hit her?
He's
Definitely
speaking
not.
English.
Did he twist her arm? Definitely not. He wasn't pinning her down.
No,
He didn't hit
bread.
her, he didn't twist her arm. And, you know, Gabby sits on the couch and sticks the camera in his face snapping, you know. So he tells her, like, hey, can you not post that? So she just kept snapping. And, you know, doing more snaps, talking about the diss. And, you know, he asked her, I think maybe like 2 or 3 more times, like, hey, can you not post that? And she just kept filming. And he just jumped up, you know, and went to reach for her phone. And it was more of like a tug of war, you know, them pulling the phone back and forth, maybe for a few seconds. And then he snatched the phone out of her hand and slammed down the ground and broke the phone and then walked out.
Everyone thinks I smashed her phone because I can't take a joke, but that is definitely, I didn't even know what she was saying to me. I smashed her phone because my whole life I'm around the camera. I'm either vlogging, I'm doing this, Snapchat, Instagram. If I'm at the grocery stores, there's fans asking for pictures. Race Cub, say hi to my Snapchat. I'm just, my whole life is just camera, you know, everyday life. Camera, 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 which I'm not complaining, you know, that's the life I chose. But when I'm at a YouTuber party, that's my time away from YouTube, my time away from work. I can just relax there. So her coming up to me with a camera already on, didn't even ask me, made me a little bit mad. And when I told her to stop, and she wouldn't, that made me even more mad, and that's why I reacted how I reacted.
However, he paid her back instantly. According to him, Gabby lied about him pinning her down, lied about him hitting her, scratching her, and lied about him giving her the supposed bruise on her leg.
Everyone thought I gave her that bruise.
Oh, bread, please shut the
Everyone
fuck up.
is assuming that bruise is because of me. But we later find out that she had those bruises before the incident, so there's no way possible for me to give it to her if she already had the bruises. So we caught her in a lie, and now she's over her switching up her story again. She's saying that she took a Snapchat trying to show off a scratch on her leg. Not the bruises, I'm trying to show off the scratches on my leg. And she draws an arrow in the Twitter. How come you didn't draw the arrow in the Snapchat?
It's one of those situations where I wasn't there and neither were you guys, so it's hard to say what really happened. According to a third party, Romeo Lacoste, he just jumped up, you know, and went to reach for her phone. She's sitting on the couch and he's standing up. It was more like a tug of war, you know, them pulling the phone back and forth, maybe for a few seconds. And then he snatched the phone out of her hand and slammed it on the ground and broke the phone and then walked out. Was he being aggressive? Yes, definitely. Definitely more aggressive than he should have been for the situation. Did I see him hit her? Definitely not. Did he twist her arm? Definitely not. He was not pinning her down. He didn't hit her. He didn't twist her arm. I would say honestly that this was just, you know, it was more of a tug of war of grabbing the phone. And he slammed the phone down and broke it. That's pretty much all that really happened. I feel like the situation is being blown out of proportion and exaggerated. I understand, you know, everyone's upset, but I mean, that's what really happened. And that's all there really is to it. He sent like $2,000 right away pretty much to pay for the phone. And obviously the phone doesn't cost $2,000, so, you know, seems like a decent retelling of events, though it certainly favored Rice's version of the story more than Gabby's. It's worth noting the guy who told this story is a major creep, by the way, which Jay Aubrey made a pretty good video about. Always has to be one of those guys in these stories, doesn't there? In the end, Gabby's audience took her side and Rice comes from his. He ends the video by saying he doesn't have a ghostwriter for the song, and instead utilizes his friend as a co-writer to help him out a bit, before saying that he can't think of someone more fitting for a new diss track than Gabby. So that is exactly what his next upload was. Unsurprisingly, it transcended the beef, hitting 50 million views, and titled, I Didn't Hit Her.
Phone in my face, now her screen cracked. Really tried to make a move. She playing games like 2K, but I spent that on my sweater too. Wrist looking like the 50 bands from that last diss that I did on you. Now they mad, I'm making better moves, now they can't afford to be a
hit her directly and pointed to the definition of the word hit, but it seems like she somewhat exaggerated the story initially regardless.
I backpedaled and I'm trying to take it back because initially I used the word hit, which by the way, the definition of hit is bring one's hand in contact with, quickly and forcefully, which he did, cause harm or distress to, which he did. But I did say it in the heat of the moment. As soon as it happened, I kept saying, Bryce, come hit me, because yes, when a man is on top of you and grabbing at you, it feels like, yes, he hit me.
Bryce was known as a
brother,
guy,
this guy
partly
stinks.
because that was the trend on YouTube at the time. He would roast people for their appearances, their mannerisms, their age, the way they talk, which today is normal
fuck
for
you,
everyone to
Laha,
do
bro.
privately. But during that
Bitch
time,
ass
it was
nigga.
all out in the open on YouTube, whereas these days is a big no-no. On a few occasions, he definitely took it too far, such as when he asked a victim on stream if it felt good.
Yeah, bro. And this dude, he like hella people.
What the? No, but did it feel good though?
Nah, I didn't.
In fairness, she did not seem too upset about the comments, though maybe she was hiding her true feelings so as not to make it awkward. Regardless, many viewers found it to be extremely insensitive, and this generated a lot of outrage. To be clear, he did later call her on stream to apologize, if that means anything, and she genuinely didn't seem to mind at all.
I don't know. I said something like, I didn't feel good or something, and just, I don't know. It was really stupid.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I'm not even really tripping. I knew you were joking around like the entire time. Like, you wasn't really like that's just in your nature, you know?
And aside from this one clip, there were plenty of reasons why people had grown to hate him. It had always been well known that he was critical of children, since it's what he got famous for in the first place. While his own audience was fine with this, once those outside of his demographic caught wind of it, they began criticizing him en masse.
He directs like 90% of it towards little kids. I'm talking little kids, like 8 years old to like 15. And because of this, a large majority of his fan base is made up of little kids. And yeah, I get it. I know that a large majority of the people that watch YouTube are little kids, but his content is purposely directed at these kids.
On one hand, Rice was only making videos about kids who were already public figures, so it's not like he was sniping children he found on a street corner. They were already famous. Additionally, the YouTube algorithm rewarded him for it, and clearly there was a huge audience that wanted to see that kind of content. That being said, many found it pathetic that he spent his days roasting people less than half his age, hardly the kind of behavior befitting of a role model.
He looks like he's like 12.
Yeah, a lot of my viewers are young.
In addition to this, Elvis the Alien makes the point that Rice had a habit of being insensitive on stream, often insulting girls' appearances or just asking them uncomfortable questions.
So why'd you pierce at your nose? Because I don't like that shit.
You don't like it?
Nah.
He had this girl on stream that he knew was a lesbian, so he asked her if she's ever seen a dick before.
Have you like ever seen a? Yeah, no, cause like, so you said that you were like a lesbian, so I was just curious.
Yes, I've seen it.
Like in person?
Yep. I don't know, I think they're kind of immature.
She was clearly uncomfortable in the situation, but he just kept dragging it out.
It wasn't a situation where his audience didn't like it because they found it funny. And in fact, it was stuff like this that made them love him being a savage on stream. But to adults like Elvis and his viewers, this was unacceptable. This also highlighted an issue many had with Rice, flexing.
Okay, but I'm 19 and way more successful than you.
Are you comparing other people like that?
Nah, but just know that if I'm your age, I wouldn't be living, you feel me?
Many of his fans would play this off as just his sense of humor, and while there may be some truth to that, there comes a point when you make the same joke in every single piece of content, all the while putting others down at the same time, that it becomes jarring to the average viewer. Moreover, it became clear Rice flexed for himself because he liked it. Whether it was flashing how much money he had, or showing off his vanity purchases, he enjoyed reminding everyone how out of touch he was with the common folk.
Sir. Hi, doggy. Well, yeah, thank you. Have a great day. No problem. Yeah, bro. What's up, dude? How's it going? I got you a little something today. Oh, boy. Here you go, bro. I have some explaining to do. As you guys all know, I live in like a $15 million house. All my clothes keeps getting $800. I'll just start from top to bottom. Yeezy Red Octobers, Fragment 1, Off-White Nike. White Yeezys that are actually dirty because I actually wear them. Yeezys, more Yeezys, more Yeezys, more Yeezys. Off-White Air Maxes, and more Yeezys. And one last pair of Yeezys.
Versace slippers, off-white Air Prestos Nikes, green Adidas MMDs, red Adidas MMDs, black Adidas MMDs, pink MMDs, Jordan Supreme 5 collaboration, Nike Supreme collaboration. You thought that was it for the Yeezys? More Yeezys!
Even for his longtime fans, the shtick was becoming grating. In his old videos, he sat in a normal suburban house. It was nice, but it wasn't totally unrelatable, as plenty of his fans came from the same background. However, it's hard to relate to $20,000 shopping sprees where you buy a bunch of shoes that you never wear. Rice even filmed a video with his mom where he showed her all of the stuff he bought.
Chọc cho mày tức hả? Chọc cho mày tức hả? 1.500 mày dám mua đôi giày lại nói mày để làm gì nữa?
Or do you think it's worth that much?
It's worth nothing. It's worth $20. Cho má mày. 1.500 đồng mua đôi giày giống như giày lính.
His megalomaniac tendencies also manifested in the word he would become infamous for calling everyone he disliked: irrelevant.
Irrelevant!
It was clear there was nothing Rice cared about besides money and the popularity of his online persona. To make the whole affair even more ridiculous, someone managed to catch him viewbotting his Twitch stream, rendering his use of irrelevant as an insult extremely ironic, given he was so insecure about his low view count that he had paid out of his own pocket to artificially inflate it.
This is a viewbot control panel. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is it right here. Once you see the purple glare against his face, he notices that he's like, oh.
Every point I've made so far was discussed in a video by Elvis the Alien, which blew up far beyond the typical scope of his channel. Similar videos had been uploaded by other commentators as well, calling him out for his arrogant and unlikable attitude.
Christian Burns and Rice Gum both have their heads jammed up their own arse and think they're God's gift to the world. Because in his mind, if you're more famous, then you're better than other people. That's just how he is. He's exactly the same as Christian Burns.
Animosity towards the Rice Gum brand in general had been building up for a while now, and it was only a matter of time before Brian's actions would blow up in his face.
What we do here is go back.
Nowadays, iDubbbz' name doesn't hold as much weight as it used to, but in 2017, he was seen as the great arbiter of YouTube. You didn't have to be one of his fans to feel the shockwave whenever a new content cop was uploaded. He had successfully taken on Keemstar, Leafy, Tana Mojo, and kept the wide majority of the audience on his side despite doing some of the edgiest and controversial things imaginable. For his final target, he would choose none other than Rice. The title is disguised as a video about Jake Paul, but that would be too obvious, as he was public enemy #1 at the time. Instead, iDubbbz claimed to be titling it Content Cop Jake Paul so as not to give Rice any extra attention, which he so desperately desired. Whether that worked or not, I can't say. It did not work. But it was an added layer of disrespect to Rice. Back in 2016, Rice had actually addressed iDubbbz after the content cop on his peer, Leafy. He discussed the possibility that Ian could go after him for being the same thing as Leafy, a YouTube bully. In iDubbbz' video, this was framed as wishful thinking by Rice, trying to manifest the video into reality so that he could be the center of attention yet again, even if that attention was negative.
I was watching the Leafy exposed video, right? I was watching the other day, and I was laughing. I was like, hey, man, this iDubbbz guy is pretty funny, I'm over here laughing. I scrolled down to the comments. I cannot make this up. Scroll down to the comments. First comment, it's about me. Here's a good one, but it's kind of risky. Content cop Rice Gum. And I'm just like, whoa, why is this guy, throwing ideas at iDubbbz for? Bottom line, what I'm trying to say is, I'm next, guys. I'm next on the hit list. And if I'm not next, then I'm probably next.
It would take 11 months, but Rice would eventually get his wish. In October of 2017, the Rice Gum Content Cop was released, and it would be the most popular video of the entire series. Today, it has gathered 50 million hits, and it voiced a lot of the gripes that people had with Rice for years.
You can't just hide for months and make a 20-minute video and randomly, no one even knows, and surprise everyone and just drop it on my head. You can't just do that.
I'm doing that. I'm doing it right now.
First, Ian criticized his behavior on streams, such as recording girls without their knowledge or lying to them about it to get them to talk to him, which flies in the face of the reason he was initially mad at Gabby Hanna. He also brought up the clip with the victim and his insensitivity in that moment. Next, Ian discussed the Clickbait Challenge, a competition Rice held on YouTube, claiming he would reward one fan with $10,000 for making the most viral clickbait. However, he never announced the winner on any of his social media platforms, meaning nobody was ever paid despite the promise that someone would be. Lastly, Ian brought up his irritating habit of obnoxiously flexing his expensive taste.
$800 off-white
$2,000.
$450, $1,000. What for like $6,000? Guess how much it is. How much do you think this jacket was worth?
$1,600.
This was an easy gotcha at Rice, who was guilty as charged. though many people didn't take issue with his boasting since plenty of other rich YouTubers did the same. However, the point wasn't just that Rice was bragging and punching down on people that didn't have as much money as he did, it was that Rice did this as a way to overcompensate, precisely because he saw money as the only thing that validated him, most likely due to him being insecure in other areas. Added on top of this was the fact that Rice would do anything to get his videos to 10 minutes in length in order to earn some extra ad revenue, even if it jeopardized the quality of the content. Despite how unpopular and reviled this practice was, it became relatively common around this time.
I love you guys. Subscribe if you're new. Comment. I read all comments. And now I try to make this video somehow 10 minutes.
One of the criticisms levied against Rice was that anytime a behavior of his got him in hot water, he defaulted to pretending it was a joke. Though this issue is far from exclusive to Rice Gum, considering how we've been dealing with "it's just a prank, bro" for years now, Rice pushed it to particularly extreme lengths. Ian challenges this and makes the point that Rice isn't joking or playing a character anymore. Maybe in some of his older videos there was an element of satire with how intentionally bad his lyrics were, but at this point we're just seeing the real Rice Gum on camera every day.
That is all fake beef. So if you want to call that a joke, go for it. But you are undoubtedly the biggest fence rider on YouTube.
Following this, Ian relitigated the Gabby Hanna story, analyzing what his exact motivation was for doing what he did. The conclusion being that his actions were another offshoot of his insecurity problem, since if he had walked away from the situation, it would have meant he was seen as a coward. Ian's point was that smashing her phone was counterproductive because it made him look like the thing he was trying so hard to not look like, an oversensitive bitch.
Would you guys like to hear the juiciest bit of hypocrisy?
Probably shouldn't have threw her phone, but I mean, if you're gonna record me at a party when I'm off guard. This girl literally came up to me in person, didn't ask me, "Hey Rice, do you mind if I vlog?" She just came up to me, camera already on, and I was so unexpected.
It kind of sounds like he doesn't like being recorded without his consent. How interesting.
No, but I'm not streaming though. I just wanted to call you.
Oh, you're not?
No, I just wanted to call you and just talk.
The video's critique section wraps up in a 7-minute video showing Rice's entitlement and envy. Rice had a habit of putting other creators down for not pulling the same amount of views as him, criticizing YouTube for inviting Tyler Oakley and Grace Helbig to VidCon and not him. He seemed to feel as though his level of popularity entitled him to an exclusive spot at VidCon and in the YouTube Rewind that year. Additionally, Rice had been critical of a man named Christian Burns for insulting a security guard at VidCon and putting him down for not being some kind of e-celebrity. This is all well and good, and Christian was indeed being a very bad person, but Rice was guilty of the same behavior on so many occasions that it made his criticism pretty laughable.
Cannot believe these are actual words coming out of another human's mouth. We get it, bro. You're rich, you're famous, but that does not give you the right to be mean and call these security guards irrelevant. Like, they're literally just doing their job. Have all those guys that are irrelevant now, but hey, irrelevant. Irrelevant. I feel like this guy thinks he's like above people. Like, he was calling people peasants and irrelevant. Like, you're irrelevant because they're irrelevant. Gabby Show, another pretty irrelevant YouTuber.
Rice also started drama over the smallest jokes about him, putting people's names in the title if they made one comment that lately hinted at making fun of him, which also screamed of his desperation for views, attention, and his general insecurity. The odd ones out, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, you name the big YouTuber, and Rice found a way to vie for their attention like a little boy who punches the girl he has a crush on. Ian ends the video by criticizing Rice's rap lyrics and songs overall, making fun of him needing a ghostwriter and insecurities about the quality of his content, constantly talking about improving it or having just started out and how he'll eventually make better videos, and so on and so forth. It wraps up with a diss track starring Boy in a Band, PewDiePie, and Ethan Klein. It's a pretty memorable track to this day, and while it's not really my thing, I would say it's better than most of what Rice did at the time.
Oh no, you getting mad and knocked the phone right out of my hand? That was f***ing absurd. You're a rapper who can't resolve shit with words?
Now, if there was any point to the Content Cop episode, it was that Rice did not like being slighted. He hated the idea of being seen like a bitch, or taking it lying down. So naturally, he had to respond to the video. He starts off by saying he found the video to be entertaining, most likely to feign some kind of stoicism over the fact that he was being relentlessly ridiculed. Eventually, though, he did get into the actual points. Firstly, he acknowledges he was insensitive during the "Did it feel good though" clip, but points out that it's kind of ridiculous for someone like Idubbbz to call him out for being insensitive, which is actually a decent point considering the kind of stunts Ian was known for pulling, such as approaching Tana Mojo, who had only just turned 18, and asking her to say the N-word in front of a camera. His videos were known for dark humor and edgy comments, with most of the bad unboxing videos involving some edition of Mein Kampf being delivered to him, and his very liberal use of the N-word and F-slur. It was strange for him to call out Rice Gum for something like that, which, while insensitive, is not that much worse than the things that had made Ian famous. Damn, Twitter really was a different place back then. As for the cringy clips of him on livestream, he explains that he was just trying to do anything to blow up, and most of these clips were from when he was in high school.
So he shows a lot of like old live stream clips from like 2 to 3 years ago, and at this point it's getting annoying, man. I just need to talk about it. Bro, she'll let me pipe her shit. Yeah, bro, she definitely wants to me. Bro, she low-key got some titties. I think she's 16 to 15. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She got some titties on her, bro. No, but did it feel good, though? So I used to live stream on this website like 2 or 3 years ago, and on that website, basically all it was just people that played video games and they were live streaming. And honestly, it was kind of boring because everyone did the same thing. They sat there and just played video games. And being a small content creator, I mean, you guys know it's so hard to grow, starting out. So you had to be different. I could either sit there and play games and, be boring, or I could sit there, play games, and just call random girls and make people laugh, and that's exactly what I did.
He also points out that PewDiePie, who starred in the video, similarly had a habit of insensitive jokes, from his Fiverr incident that got the Wall Street Journal mad at him, to the bridge moment in which he accidentally blurted out a slur on stream. The argument could be made that Rice was being insensitive towards unsuspecting people on stream, while Ian was doing it in a vacuum for content. For many people, however, it didn't really matter what iDubbbz had done, they just hated Rice and wanted to see bloodshed. Weirdly enough, there's a moment in the video where Rice brings a few black people into frame and films them reacting to iDubbbz saying the N-word, which is just, I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on here.
Another piece of paper that says
If we get on here real slaughter gang, what he talking about? Rice up next, motherfuckers. Rice. Rice, you know what? Rice, motherfucking dead.
This is followed up by Rice apologizing to the victim in person, and she then pole dances and twerks for him on camera. To put it bluntly, Rice knew that he was at an advantage. The people who liked him had no standards or sensibilities, so high-octane criticisms coming from Ian mostly fell on deaf ears. Rice was much of a smooth brain, as the audience he often pandered to. Paying the victim you were insensitive to twerk and pole dance in front of you is about as great a testament to your lack of fucks to give as you can get. Even if it is immature and pointless, I mean, it's kind of funny. As far as the flexing, Brian claims that it's justified because every hip-hop artist already does it in their music videos. He also figures that his audience is interested in the same type of hypebeast lifestyle as him, so flexing on his audience doesn't compromise his relatability. Additionally, he didn't get to have nice sneakers when he was younger, so now that he's blown up on YouTube, he should be able to enjoy that luxury. At least that's what he says. This back and forth on the topic of flaunting your wealth was pointless because other people saw it as cringy and he didn't, and that was really all there was to it. For the point about stretching content, Rice's rebuttal was that PewDiePie does the same thing from time to time, so it's ridiculous for Ian to criticize Rice for it and not call him out. As for calling others irrelevant all the time, he just takes the L on that one and admits he does say that word a lot. However, the nuance of why it's a problem was seemingly lost on him. The issue people had was not the use of the word, but instead Brian's constant habit of condemning others for not being as YouTube famous as him. The allegation about him not playing a character made Rice angry, as he claimed his videos are all jokes rather than sincere depictions of who he is as a person.
And it's very obvious to anyone who watches your videos that they're not all jokes. You're not playing a character. All right, that is you. You are being yourself in these videos.
How are you gonna tell me who I am as a person? As if you know me. Get off of my dick. All my videos are jokes. I don't know how he's gonna tell me what my videos are or aren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro.
Rice then justifies live streaming people without their knowledge by saying that they act more natural when they don't think he's live, and claims there's a big difference between that and filming him in person and being repeatedly told to stop and not doing so. After a few weaker points, he says the reason he didn't give the winner of the clickbait challenge their prize was because it was a video poking fun at the bombing of an Ariana Grande concert in Manchester, England. And, of course, no Rice Gum drama response would be complete without a diss track. So, just a few days later, he drops the music video for Frick the Police.
I'm in the hills, my song just did 100 mil. They're telling me to stop flexing, but I'm stunting still. I ran it up all of a sudden, just wanna chill.
If I had to rank the others, I would say the lyrics are funnier than It's Every Night Sis, but I have a hard time telling if that was intentional on Rice's part or not. I'd guess it's some mix of intentional and some mix of just Rice Gum being Rice Gum. A 30-minute video, I'm who you're obsessed with. You look like your sister is the girl that you have sex with. Yeah, do you get the message? On Twitter threatened, we should get this guy arrested. But I'm flexing, can you get these sheep on my mentions? How can I be mad? Bitch, I sleep in a mansion. Hey, content cop, can you get up off my dick, sir? Yeah, I'm yellow when I'm fly. Call me Big Bird. They try to see me start to fall like September, try to roast me in the comments, but remember, how you go and support a guy who proudly says the N-word? His response and diss track were only met with yet another wave of hate, criticizing his lackluster defense and clowning on him for constantly flexing his wealth. Even in the song, he couldn't stop flexing, so that certainly did not help his case for those who hated it. Ian made a follow-up video picking on the obvious flaws with Rice's response, and Rice lost a few thousand subscribers in the interim. But within a few days, his growth was back to normal. He just kept chugging along, creating content as always. So while this was a defining moment in Rice's lore, it was hardly the end of his career, and he carried on. After after the episode of Content Cop on him, which was probably the period in which he was the most discussed online ever, he moved on with his regularly scheduled content, even if not exactly regularly scheduled, responding to drama with Markiplier, hanging out with clouded up LA girls, and clickbaiting constantly with random chicks. He just went on as if nothing had happened, and as far as he was concerned, nothing did. All of that conflagration was fouled with the rest of the online drama that he was used to eating for breakfast. He just nonchalantly moseyed on to making videos such as, "Can you girls turn me on? Can I eat your booty? And let me touch the butt." For whatever reason, there was a clear move towards the implication that his videos contained softcore porn. Aside from that, he also made comedic videos starting beef with his peers like Bad Baby, who at this point was really launching her career after her appearance on Dr. Phil.
I was thinking today, like, do you guys know that girl Danielle Bergoli, Cash Me Outside Girl, Bad Baby? I was thinking, like, how many times has she disrespected me?
Hold up. This asshole is not about to come for me. Rice dumb, rice bum, life scum, rice asshole.
My name isn't Rice Asshole.
But make no mistake, he wasn't done riling up the masses. Previously, Rice Gum had been a pseudo-member of the commentary community, even if just for the sake of opportunism. While none of his callouts were that serious, he was known for pointing out misdeeds of other online figures. Now he had become a target, and plenty of channels made a point of calling him out now that he had eyes on him. Everyone had the pass to dunk on Rice Gum, and he made sure to respond to every single roast. When the odd ones out slightly roasted him in a video, he made an entire dedicated response to him. And this kind of overreaction was not uncommon.
He names him Brian, and he has a yellow Lamborghini. Like, come on. This guy is talking about me. Like, is anyone else seeing this? Like, why is this man just sneak dissing me right now?
In June of 2018, Rice released a video titled "Why I Left the Cloud House," clickbaiting the fact that he had left the house he was living in for a short vacation to Hong Kong, where he basically recreated some of the controversy that Logan Paul got himself into with his previous Japan vlogs. Not the one in the forest, Rice didn't go that far, but instead the one where Logan threw a fish on a car and was just kind of a menace to society. In Rice's case, after flying to Hong Kong, Rice and his friend promptly left their hotel room. They call Chinese meat disgusting. They go around asking random people where they can find a restaurant that serves cat and dog meat, as well as asking them where the hoes and bitches are at. To top it all off, they just touched random strangers' hands and asked people if they f with Rice Gum. This caused a lot of outrage, but not from Americans. Instead, there were a decent amount of Chinese-speaking channels that called him out for this cultural insensitivity. Multiple stories from Chinese outlets and a number of vloggers have called out Rice Gum for his disrespectful behavior, drawing parallels to Logan Paul's infamous vlog series in Japan. Fulin Fong, one of the more popular foreign vloggers based in China, addressed the video's issues in his own vlog. Whenever YouTubers publish disrespectful content like Rice Gum's vlog, it reflects poorly on other foreigners living in the country, Fulin Fong said. "Rice Gum, it's so rude and embarrassing to watch someone do this," Hey Hardy said. "His video was so stupid. It reminds me of Logan Paul's video in Japan being an idiot. I'm a foreigner and so is he, but he obviously has Asian heritage. So why would you come to Asia to mug everyone off?"
当作一个香港人，我觉得我被侮辱了。我也遇见过很多这样的外国人，然后我有很多黑粉觉得我就是这样的外国人，但虽然我觉得我还是挺尊重中国，我也挺爱中国的，他这种视频真的是给外国人也丢脸。
Rice didn't receive an overwhelming amount of hate, though it was definitely a significant controversy for him, considering he received a decent amount of criticism from the mainstream. His own fans didn't care because they were already used to his content and his sense of humor, but people on the outside now saw him as an insensitive vlogger traveling to a foreign land to be a dickhead on camera for ad revenue.
This is just a train wreck. I refuse to keep stopping the video every 5 to 10 seconds to talk about the stupid shit that comes out of this guy's mouth.
It will be a lesson for people who are not only YouTubers but overall just coming to other countries to be respectful and to be understanding of their culture, of their worldviews, of the stereotypes, of certain things you should not joke about.
By this point, there was also a prevailing narrative that Rice had lost his way as a humble roaster and was now nothing more than the average LA vlogger, incessantly displaying his riches with designer clothes and cars. But that was just the way he presented himself, his aesthetics and his mannerisms. What about the content of his character? That would only become a point of criticism in the beginning of 2019. On New Year's Eve of 2018, Rice uploaded a video titled "How I Got AirPods for $4." In the video, he plugs Mystery Brand, a site that allows you to pay to open boxes that will give you a random product from a category of your choosing, like a smartphone box, a shoe box, a hoodie box, etc. Rice reveals in the video he teamed up with them to promote their site, obviously pointing to some kind of sponsorship agreement. Once people noticed the same site was being promoted by Jake Paul, they decided to look into the specifics of the operation and saw some glaring issues. The allegation made by channels like H3H3 and Cabos was that these YouTubers were essentially promoting gambling to their young fans, with the the mystery box aspect of the business model being akin to playing slots for prizes. According to other channels that turned down sponsorship offers from the company, they had been paid $100,000 each to promote the website. This only made it sound even scummier for these creators to be taking so much money in exchange for promoting a dubious service.
So what you should know about these kind of sponsored videos is that he's doing exactly what they instructed him. Obviously, Jake Paul doesn't need shoes. He's a multi-millionaire. He's got all the shoes he wants. He would just buy them outright. So what they're telling him to do is like, play the shoes. That's a popular one that a lot of your kids who watch your show will want to play. So he's on here pretending that he cares about shoes, and he'll go on to pretend that he cares about winning an iPhone.
The Apple Boy box. I feel like I could win an iPhone in that. I'm gonna go for the iPhone right now.
I mean, Jake Paul's got probably 20 iPhones. What does he care about it?
Based on the comment section of this video by H3H3, Rice's favor in the community at large had certainly taken a hit. I think it's worth pointing out that both Ricegum and Jake Paul aren't getting nearly the same amount of views they were getting a year ago, which is hilarious considering Ricegum would call people in his position irrelevant just a year ago. I don't know, it's kind of funny. This one hit home for me. I'm a person that's on the verge of a gambling addiction, but I am thankfully very aware of it. Sitting here watching this video, I know it's a scam, but there's still a feeling in the back of my mind that I could win big. Watching Ricegum talk about how he's making a profit literally got me to the point where I nearly opened the website. That's a bad feeling. The fact that these YouTubers are advertising to children is absolutely disgusting. I'm a grown adult who knows better, and I'm still sitting here itching to gamble because of their endorsement. I don't think people realize how awful this feeling is, and by showing this to kids, they could easily be ruining their lives. This is no longer a case for them being too dumb to realize what they're doing. This is a case of them not caring about people and actively hurting their fans because of it. These guys are multi-millionaires. They shouldn't need money this bad. This is shameless. People got banned for advertising Edu Birdie, but these guys are getting featured for advertising a gambling site to children, and that's unacceptable. Following this, Rice did make a response video. Rather than deny the allegations, we got a more sober take, which was strange to see. He apologized to his audience for being money grubbing, though his way of making up for it was giving away a bunch of Amazon redemption codes so his fans could presumably buy Yeezys and Supreme stuff and whatever else their hypebeast hearts desired. And what's even funnier is that all of the codes were expired as of the video's posting. It's hard to tell if this was genuinely like a Machiavellian attempt at manipulation of his audience, or if the joke was that it's so obviously bribery that his audience is in on it too. In any event, this was a significant blow to his reputation, and by this point, his views were already on the decline. Previously, Rice was in the news every week for calling out other channels. His viral music videos reached far beyond his audience and gave people the impression that he was on the up and up. Now, the videos were no longer going viral like they used to, and the only time people outside of his audience heard about him was when other YouTubers called him out. By this point, he had already become sporadic in his upload schedule. At one point, he was uploading twice a week, and now he was down to a few times a month, if that. He was also doing a series with his then girlfriend, Abby Rao, an Instagram model who was the co-founder of the social media app Clubhouse. They did a series of videos that essentially served as girlfriend simulator for his young fans. I take my crush on a date, taking my date to the worst reviewed restaurant in my city, who is the best kisser, girlfriend versus best friend, reading my girlfriend's Instagram DMs, ignoring my girlfriend for 24 hours, and in every single video he's clickbaiting her cleavage or other body parts. She was obviously complicit in this scheme, but something still feels wrong to me with making a relationship a business transaction in which you pimp out your significant other to make clickbait thumbnails. But I digress. Following this, he floundered with new content here and there, making videos about his ex, who she's dating now, making videos about new girls he wants to date, teasing a YouTube boxing match with a few people, and having some petty drama with KSI. But none of this ever amounted to much. Long gone were the days when Rice was a YouTube phenomenon. On July 12th of 2020, nearly 3 years ago, the last video was uploaded to the Ricegum channel, titled, "My Ex-Girlfriend Called Me, We Picked Up." The video, which is a collaboration with FaZe K, is basically just a vlog where the two mess around, and gives a bit of insight into the lifestyle of Brian Quang Lee. Now, in fairness, this was not the absolute end of Ricegum's online presence. He actually started another channel called Family Gum in 2019, which he uploaded to somewhat infrequently. Surprisingly, it managed to garner almost 1 million subscribers. Despite the name, Brian is not a father, nor does he have any kind of family. Instead, this channel was dedicated to vlogs with his various girlfriends, showing off their dates and interactions. It appeared to be an attempt to mimic the success of other couple channels like Boyfriend vs. Girlfriend, and while it did get a decent amount of views, the success was nowhere near enough to hold Rice's attention and make it a constant gig. The last video to be posted to the channel was in September of 2020, and was a video of him meeting his now ex-girlfriend for the first time in a year.
You're like my family, like, I don't know. It's weird.
I got family zoned. Family gum. That's
Can
me.
you stop?
That's me.
You are my family, whether you like it or not.
You know me and sisters. I like hitting them sisters.
Rice was officially off the grid, and people were no longer privy to all of his activities. He was streaming on Twitch somewhat infrequently, but it wasn't a real schedule. It was just whenever he felt like it. So that leaves the question, if he's not making videos, then what does a multimillionaire 20-something YouTuber living in LA do with his free time? Well, other than going out with his girlfriend and shopping, scamming people under the pretense of donating to charity, apparently. To give context, Rice and many other YouTubers of his era have always been closely associated with FaZe Clan. After all, they're one of the biggest businesses in the influencer area. Rice lived in the Clout House, a mansion in California, with residents like FaZe Banks and Summer Rae. Nowadays, most people are unaware, but FaZe was heavily involved in CSGO Wild, the second biggest Counter-Strike gambling site from 2016, which was promoted by multiple members of FaZe. Banks claimed the website made him and his friends $200,000 a day, but he also went into detail about their house in Antigua, which is where the website was set up to avoid U.S. gambling regulations.
We came up with this idea for a different way to do it, and we branded it the right way, and so we create this website through our rake and all this shit. We were making like $200,000 a day. We set it up in Antigua. I had a house in Antigua. It's an island in the Caribbean where running a gambling website is completely legal if you have the permits and stuff to do it. So we flew there, sat down with the guy who runs the country, basically paid him like $100,000, and he gave us the license. We had this whole estate. We had guys with, because this place is fucking crazy. Like, if you don't live at the top of the hill in one of these like crazy estate mansions, like, you live in a favela, you know what I mean?
With a history of being best buddies with guys like Banks, perhaps it's no surprise that Rice was involved in one of the biggest influencer scandals of 2021, Save the Kids. Launched on June 5th, Save the Kids was promoted as a cryptocurrency that doubled as a long-term project, with a portion of its proceeds being given to charity for sick kids.
My name's Frazier.
My name's Jarvis.
I'm Chico.
I'm Rice.
I'm Nikon.
And I support Save the Kids Token.
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 With direct shoutouts from Summer Rae, Joel Morris, and FaZe members like Kay, Jarvis, Nikan, and Tico, the token was immediately popular from their large fan bases, only for multiple of the top shareholders, the promoters, to dump their wallets once the price had reached an all-time high. After people realized it was obviously a pump-and-dump scheme, CoffeeZilla made a video series exposing the coin, tracking the promoters' Bitcoin wallets through the blockchain to see how much they had made.
But honestly, it's really hard to prove if somebody sold off immediately or not. You need their actual wallet address. What we know is that all the whales in the coin sold off immediately. And why would Rice Gum, the king of the Lambos, do anything if he's not actually involved in some of the project?
FaZe K took the brunt of the backlash after it was discovered how much he made directly off of his fans losing money. As a result of the drama exploding into a massive controversy, as well as the general public encouraging a government investigation, he was booted from FaZe itself, with the organization claiming they had no knowledge or involvement. Rice, meanwhile, got away relatively unscathed, but his response to the drama wasn't doing him any favors. While out of the public spotlight, he had still been streaming on Twitch, and his reaction was to say that if anyone's trying to run a scam, then they should contact him so that he can get in on it. He also openly states he's close with Kay, and ultimately shrugged the whole ordeal off as if it was nothing.
I told you guys, bro, me and Kay are hella close. Like me and Kay are hella close, so, you know what I'm saying? Y'all talking about scamming and da-da-da, like, you know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all need to tap in type shit. Tap in, bro. Yo, if y'all trying to scam, hit my line, bro.
It was already clear to the public that the bag was Rice's main priority, even above the well-being of his own fans or his reputation. But it was still interesting to see how blatant he was about it to his audience. There was no hiding from the truth, and he didn't even care to try. This was followed up by a brief beef with a newer face to the scene, Aiden Ross. It was mostly composed of petty insults, as well as the news that Aiden had been booted from the Clout House. But many speculate this drama was fake to draw attention away from the Save the Kids scandal. True or not, the fact that they were living in the same house for the majority of it certainly cast some doubt on the validity of the drama. The last time Rice was active on Twitch was 2 years ago. As of this point, his social media pages are pretty much dead. Despite that, we would still get periodic updates about his behavior. Back in 2018, when he was still active, Rice appeared on an episode of Keemstar's Drama Alert to talk about his various beefs, and he decided to say publicly that he could take iDubbbz in a fight.
I don't hate him, you know what I mean, at all. But I mean, he did drop like a 30-minute vid on me and just has a lot to say about me, and I feel like it would be really, really interesting if me and iDubbbz were to box. I think it would be interesting. And I've asked him like through Twitter. He just ignored me, and then I asked some of his boys that I follow, like Max, and just some of his boys, and they were just like, yeah, he probably isn't interested.
Brian was publicly challenging Ian, or iDubbbz, to a boxing match on Drama Alert to 1 million people. With celebrity boxing becoming a part of the mainstream and internet personalities squaring off against each other in the ring, it seems like the perfect opportunity for some more clout. But according to Rice Gum in this interview, Ian never messaged him back and was uninterested in the project. You're telling me that the content cop himself, the king of drama and shit-flinging, was afraid of a fight with the star of his most successful video ever? How could it be? Well, we wouldn't get an update on the situation until years later in 2021, when Ian uploaded a video to his channel titled, "You're Hiding From Me." The video details his side of the story, revealing he had actually agreed to the fight. Ian decided to take concrete steps towards organizing it, reaching out to boxing promoters and the relevant officials to make it happen. He was at it for months, but Rice kept coming up with excuse after excuse for why he couldn't fight, before ducking Ian entirely and ghosting him.
He ghosts the boxing promoter repeatedly. He ghosts me repeatedly. And then when I finally am able to contact him, he says things like, "Oh, my neck is sore." Okay, what? From playing Fortnite? Why is your neck sore? And why do I give a if your neck is sore? He's talking about how it's not enough money. And I'm like, what do you mean not enough money? He wants like $1 million+. And I'm like, Rice Gum, you're a gangly loser that has zero boxing experience. And you're not even very famous. Why the fuck do you think any network is going to pay you $1 million+ to fight? You don't even have other talents.
This depicted Brian in a cowardly and disingenuous light. During the Content Cop drama, he had nothing but visceral hate for iDubbbz, but it seems like he was all bark and no bite, because as soon as someone he dissed challenged him to a real fight, which would also generate a lot of
in this clip, and that is a little bitch. But I really couldn't believe what this slimy said next. This guy pulled out the victim card. Why am I involved in so much drama?
Thankfully, the trouble iDubbbz went through wasn't a total waste, because his efforts ended up turning into the Creator Clash, a huge success for both him and the other eCeleb fighters involved. That being said, it was yet another stain on Rice's reputation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose, obviously. I really don't want to lose, but like, me knowing that if I lose, it's connected to my name forever. Like Joe, like everyone will see Joe as the guy that got beat up by KSI. So I mean, I really don't want that. So that will push me to, not lose, which will train. I mean, I don't know, man. I just really don't want this to happen, and I didn't want to make a full video on my channel.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I really want to see it.
His only public response to iDubbbz's video was exactly what you'd expect. I didn't even watch the vid. Keemstar said school shooter called me out. First off, it's crazy how everyone says I'm always craving clout and want attention. I haven't posted in over a year and on a different wave. I thought iDubbbz would grow up and become more mature, but he's on the same childish energy. Still making YouTube videos? How old are you? How am I retired and richer than you? At 23, I'm retired. You 31, still trying to YouTube box cringe. When I actually did social media, here's a tweet in 2018 of me wanting to fight. So there was your chance. So now you want to fight? Why not when I asked you? You are not on my level. I left YouTube averaging 2 million a video. I come back, you still not at 10 million subs. And your latest videos aren't even breaking 2 mil. LMFAO. I typed this in 30 seconds. That's how much I care about you fucking broke bitch. Your most popular vid is me, and you're trying everything to stay relevant. It's actually sad. I thought you were one of those cool YouTubers that's low-key, but you are clout hungry just like them, haha. I'll leave the dumber parts of this for you guys to poke fun at, but there's something worth mentioning here. Rice is kind of right. He never really fell off on YouTube. His views did dip a bit, but 2 million views per video is by no means a dead channel. So why did he even quit in the first place? On stream, he talked about it at one point and basically said he just didn't enjoy making videos anymore.
Like, every YouTuber I meet, they don't like YouTube. It's not fun, bro. You sit here in front of a camera and you have to act like a certain person and you edit. I don't know. By the way he uploads, bro, he uploads like once a month. He does not like YouTube, bro. Like, he's on the same wave as all of us, bro. Like, no one likes doing YouTube, bro. Like, and I'm not a slave to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trapped to it. Where like, oh, I need money. I gotta continue to post. Like, nah, bro. Just the YouTube changed. And like, I'm not following along, bro. I'm just not posting. But yeah, no, bro. All these guys don't like YouTube. I mean, like, if he loves it so much, why is he posting once a month? Like, you know what I mean? Like, all these YouTubers just slowly stop posting because they slowly don't with it. Like, it's real shit, bro. I'm being serious. But I'm not trapped in that shit. You feel me? Like people saying shit like, why don't you upload? That shit don't bother me, bro. Like, I'm really comfortable in my own shit. And like, I just don't need to be trapped in this YouTube shit. You feel me? Like, PewDiePie still uploads every day, bro. That's wild. Nah, but he's on some other shit. Like he's on some legendary shit where he's like, bro, but there was a period of time in my life, bro, I was doing 2 mil a video though, like for real, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's an endless, bro. It's endless, bro. It's like you post a video, guys, and you have to go post another one, bro. And after you're done, you have to go do another one, bro. And then another one. And then, like it's just exhausting, bro. To the point where I was like, my vids are so good, bro. I'm gonna just leave it at that, and like I'm just done. You know what I'm saying? And like the rules changed and shit too. You couldn't say certain stuff and shit like that.
At some point, YouTube turned from a hobby into a job for him. When he got started, he was just a kid making videos for fun, trying everything he could to blow up. And once he got to the top, it was fun for a while, but he made so much money that he just didn't have to worry about it anymore. YouTube is a lot of people's dream job, so this is hard to imagine. For me, I admit, it's hard to imagine. But once he made it and got huge and saw an out from something he described as a trap, he took it. He also seemed to be under the impression that YouTube's changing rules would be an issue for him in the future. Combine that with his videos being recommended less than before, and he wasn't willing to ride into the sunset with a slow and depressing decline in viewership. To make things short, TLDR, RiceGum got out while it was still good, as did many others in the same niche as him. Leafy stopped uploading in 2017 after his views decreased significantly. When he tried to make a comeback, YouTube's new terms of service were incompatible with his style of content, and as such, he didn't last too long. Meanwhile, FaZe Banks, one of Rice's good friends and a fellow resident of the Clout House, left around the same time as him and hasn't uploaded since. Alyssa Violet only uploads when she feels inclined to, which ends up being every few months or so. The content creator class of 2016 to 2017 made so much money from their enterprises that they had no problem abandoning their channels, because, well, they're made for life. I could speculate about Rice's exact wealth, but it would be pointless to do so. The point stands that he'll never have to work another day in his life, and neither will Banks or Alyssa. Jake Paul may be one of the only exceptions, considering he still uploads to his channel. The caveat is that his sights aren't set on YouTube. Instead, he's laser focused on his boxing career. In sum, every YouTuber that was a part of the 2017 clout scene has either moved on to greener pastures or just peaced out entirely, and you can't exactly blame them.
I just feel stagnant, and then I just stopped uploading. Like that's the best way to explain it, bro. It's like, but him on the other hand, he just keeps posting because he doesn't care. But what's the point of posting a vid if you know? Like it doesn't, like it can't even hit 5 mil. It can't even hit 4 mil. It can't even hit 3 mil. It will only hit 1 to 2. Like that's where I was at. Like I was capped out for some reason. I don't know why. It just happened randomly, and then I just stopped uploading, bro. I just literally just stopped uploading.
One of the most recent developments in RiceGum's story took place all the way back in March 2021, and it was fairly, dare I say, irrelevant. He was live and accidentally showed another tab on his phone, which revealed that he was subscribed to a number of girls on OnlyFans. He was outed for being a simp, and that was about it.
Bro, yo, is the stitching off, guys? Is this shoe fake? Alright. Yo, Street, imagine if this dropped in here. Oh my god, bro. That would... Alright, hold on. Hear me try. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Hold on, I gotta wipe this shit. Nah. Hey, yo! Hey!
A much more significant piece of news would come when on January 29th, Rice would post a picture of himself to Twitter with the caption, "Should I come back?" This tweet received quite a bit of attention from his fans, as well as hatred from his detractors. RiceGum in 2023 is crazy. I thought he got lost in 2017. Fuck no. Ain't no you was still alive. No. He also appeared on an Aiden Ross stream where he discussed the possibility of making a comeback to YouTube.
Rice, when are you coming back?
Funny, bro. Nah, I'm gonna come back soon, bro. I'm gonna come with you and shit. I gotta come see you.
Will you come back at some point under Twitch or YouTube in 2023? Yes or no?
2023? Possibly, man. I don't know, man.
That being said, Brian came shy of a definitive statement about coming back and seemed disinterested when Aiden pitched the idea to him. According to Aiden on a recent Destiny stream, he's also signing OnlyFans girls, acting as some kind of manager for them. Most likely, we won't be seeing new RiceGum content anytime soon. To a lot of people, that's a good thing, but to the fans that grew up watching his videos and listening to his diss tracks, calling other creators irrelevant and making fun of kids, they'll be waiting with bated breath. But it appears for now, RiceGum is definitely irrelevant. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.